Hello, everybody, and welcome into episode 1 of The Emperor's Tears. Woo! Fine, let's bring the players in. Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Hello.
Oh, something new, something different. We had a break from the 40k universe. What can we say? I don't think we gelled too well with the previous one, so yeah, we're basically just going to dive straight in and do our own thing.
Do me a favour, boss.
Yes.
Change my animated token.
It was changed. Somehow, it's changed back.
I'm two people, guys. Oh.
It's that latent psychic ability.
It is. What? Oh. Can't believe I've done this.
I'm just a dude playing a dude, pretend to be another dude.
Try now.
How about now?
That's better. That's
There
better.
we go.
Alright.
I can't believe you've done this.
I can. So, new campaign. New cast of characters. New stories to be told in the grim darkness of the far future. Anything anyone wishes to say before we dive straight in?
Oh, well, beyond that, this is going to be definitely better than the last one.
It's not that there was anything wrong with the last one. I think it was just how we... how I DM and the expectations you guys have as players from me as a DM, I don't think the pre-made gelled too well with us. So yeah, definitely not a bad intro scenario by any means. It was just...
It was on railroads is what it was.
not our cup of tea. Not our cup of tea. Alright. So, I'm not going to introduce any characters yet. Because there's a reason. And that reason is... it is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and a master of a million worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. To live in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim dark future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and the laughter of thirsting gods. Here, on a planet known as... well, we'll get to that. In the dark confines, out of the gloom of a blackened stone stairwell, strides a finely dressed man in a crimson greatcoat, his hand resting lightly on an ornate hilt of a chainsword, while a massive hand cannon gleams at his side. Beside him, a tech priest of the cult Mechanicus, his crimson robes swaying to reveal gleaming steel of chainsword and a vicious chain axe gripped tightly in augmetic hands. Behind them looms a towering Ogun, encased in heavy carapace armour, a slab shield held ready in one hand and a ripper gun in the other. Each step along this stone chamber, this stone stairwell, echoes, reverberates like a thunderclap in its suffocating confines. Flanking them, a veteran guardsman moves with practiced precision, his lasgun held steady, scanning the shadows for threats and trigger finger ready to reply at a moment's notice. And finally, at the rear, a bald-headed figure in a void suit strides with las pistols drawn, his every movement poised and alert, and the glow of his gear catching the edges of a light below, crimson in nature. Together, this group, a vanguard of violence and resolve, descends, marching ever onwards into the depths of the unknown. This far below the surface of the planet, the air here is thick, acrid, stale, suffused with the sharp, unmistakable tang of blood. Each footfall echoes into the abyss, both above and below the stairwell, the walls slick with moisture and strange gouges that mar their surface. Scratches, symbols, and words half-formed as though carved by desperate hands adorn the walls all the way down. Ahead, a faint crimson light flickers at the bottom of the stairwell, its glow pulsing unevenly like a dying heartbeat, and with each pulse, a low guttural chant reverberates up the corridor. Distant, but unmistakable. As the bottom comes into view, the glow sharpens into a deep, sinister red, spilling from the gaps of an enormous iron door that stands slightly ajar. Beyond, the sound of voices rising in a chorus of devotion and madness, calling to something ancient and profane. Stepping forward, the group approach these massive iron doors and begin to groan loudly on rusted hinges, the sound reverberating like a warning bell, as if some unseen hand has opened it to welcome you. As the door creaks open, a wave of oppressive energy and the sharp stench of blood fills the stairway, assaulting every sense. Before you all lies a desecrated rectangular chamber bathed in a pulsing glow. Quick initial thoughts. Let's go with the man who opened his mouth first. The guardsman. What's your name, guardsman?
Name is Finley.
Initial thoughts, Finley, as you open, or at least approach this large iron door.
The red glow's a little awkward, but looks just like another temple to me.
With the words of "looks like just another temple to me," you peer into the room. This red light emanates from a grotesque effigy towards the far end of the room, a smallish statue with its chest pierced by a jagged shard that pulses like a heartbeat. Within the chamber are over 30 cultists, clad in tattered robes and some bearing grotesque mutations, sitting in neat rows down the flanks of the chapel on wooden pews, their guttural chanting rising and falling in an unholy harmony with the pulse of the shard in the center of this statue. At your arrival, the chanting falters. A dozen heads turn to greet you with hollow, fanatical eyes. The room falls deathly silent for a moment, save for the shard's ominous hum. From the far end of the chamber, atop a raised pulpit, overlooking the effigy and their congregation, stands a red-robed figure, their arms high in prayer, before one of the hands begins to lower down to point a vindictive finger in your direction. There, a voice booms out to address you.
You off-worlders claim to serve the God Emperor, yet you deny the miracle before your very eyes. You are cowards, doubters, faithless wretches, unworthy of his mercy. True faith demands sacrifice, and I have given everything to his glory. Can you say the same, you who deny the Emperor's will, witness his glory, and be judged? Strike down the heretics.
With a roar, the cultists rise as one, drawing crude weapons, blades, chains, pistols, and spiked clubs, each charging forward with blind fanaticism. Welcome to the Emperor's Tears. Roll initiative. We're already in initiative. Fancy that. It's almost like I knew. Straight off the bat, the bald-headed, void-suited individual at the back. Severin? Is that your name?
Correct.
What are you doing?
Severin is going to see this, and due to a benefit on his weapons, which is I'm just trying to see how to pull it up. I have maglocks, which the description is at the start of a fight, you basically get to fire with the weapon before you drop to initiative. It gives you quick draw, essentially. So, first thing, he can see these two individuals who are very close. And while the Ogren would no doubt take care of them very quickly, he's going to try to put a shot into each of them.
All right. With the two hotshot las pistols at the ready. What do these look like?
Essentially, he has these two las pistols that are somewhat reinforced. They're not the standard fare, and the energy clips jammed into them are also noticeably a bit more reinforced. They have cables running to his suit for a little bit of stabilization, and essentially it's hardwired into the suit. Like these are his primary weapons, and he always has them at the nearby.
Awesome.
So yes, this first guy, it's going to be just a straight roll.
Yeah. This cultist is currently in the process of rising from the pew. With your ability, you can shoot twice. You don't get any disadvantage on the roll because you are ambidextrous and a gunslinger. Unopposed.
Okay, so that still doesn't
Sadly
do too much.
Just rips through part of his robe, and what would normally have been a shot, it seems that he is frail beneath the robes. Superficial wound more than anything.
Alright, and his friend
Is also hit straight. What happens to that one? As this cultist's rising from the pew.
As the first figure is rising, the shot cuts through his robes and hits the pew ahead, seemingly missing the flesh. Correcting for that and shooting at a more central location on the other one. Actually, I should probably describe it. The las pistol fires in both of these instances, and instead of the customary or typical red bolt that you would see, like an angry flashlight, it's almost as there's just a disturbance in the air as whatever he's aiming at is just bursting into flames or being rended apart. So this is a much quieter and apparently invisible, perhaps, type of laser variant.
It is, and the reason for that is you have a module on both of your hotshot las pistols called a whisper bolt discharge, which pushes the light into out of the usual visual range. But The impact is still enough to know that they have been shot, and
There's a telltale shimmer. And so this one, if he's going to survive this, I would describe
No.
it a different way, but
no.
essentially this invisible beam punches through the face of his robe, and with that, the hole burning through the back of the cloak on the other side, he drops into a pile of blood and robe.
Excellent. Any movement, Severin?
Yes. So, fun fact, was not his attack action. That was just the benefit of the items that he has.
So, if you zoom in, you can see the zone marks. They are very faint.
Oh, okay. So
that would be
All right.
your move to move into a
yes.
new zone. Absolutely.
yeah, so he's going to actually come here then. So he has a little bit of cover from this pew.
Mm-hmm.
And so now it's saying he doesn't have enough ammo.
I'll sort that quick for you.
Okay, but I thought everything was fully loaded.
Yeah, it didn't
It is
have
what
the
it
ammo
is.
selected. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. You
Just
should be
have
good.
it now. All right, this guy who he now has able to correct a little bit for.
Is actually going to try and dodge out of the way. And yeah, you both. He dodges, gets his robe caught on the side of the pew as he's standing up, causing your shot just to whiz over him. If there are any corruptive deities looking over this guy, he might become the next big bad.
Well, we'll see. I have the 2-weapon fighting with pistols, and
Yep.
this guy is being frustrating, so... Ba-ba-ba. The other pistol, let's see what happens with him. Yeah, I just apparently can't hit this
No,
dude
he's
at all.
already dodged
Just
once.
beams cutting through his robe all around him, and he is unharmed.
What I am going to say, though, is seeing all this with his robe caught on the side of the pew, it will knock him prone for future. You just hear this guttural, no, intruders, what, no, not me, get him,
And Severin's going to duck down a little bit. And that'll be the end of this.
Finley, over to you.
Finley's gonna unhook a grenade from his belt, and he's gonna toss it into the pews over here,
Yeah. Okay,
and try and knock out as many as he can.
send it. If you need a region, that region is called the upper middle, or middle upper, sorry.
All right, and what am I rolling for that?
Throw your grenade up. That's a grenade would be double check. Just roll it as a normal challenging for now. You've got the drop. You know what's happening. And also, what I completely forgot to mention, everyone, is you have got +3 superiority. You went into this knowing what was about to come. So.
Wow, you just gonna do scob like that, are you? Okay.
I mean, it's on the top of
okay,
the.
We'll carry on. We'll carry on. Yeah. Info for next time.
Yeah. All right. So all of those, it affects everyone in the grid as the grenade detonates. They are going to see it sail through the air. So all of them are going to try and dodge. Some ducking to the ground, others diving behind pews as this grenade just rolls. I'm just going to have that hit all of them. In fact, one last one for that one. Alright, to be honest with you, I don't think any of them are going to be able to beat a +8. And at 14 damage, Finley, what happens to each and every one of these cultists?
As the grenade, as I try to get underneath pews, the grenade just kind of tink, 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 tink rolls, and then as it explodes, it blows apart the pews as well, sending not only metal shrapnel, but wood, parts of people everywhere. Just those that thought they were safe get a flying arm, piece of wood to the face, just completely just obliterating them.
All right. Any movement, Finley?
Finley is going to move to...
Sorry, Seb. I completely
Here.
screwed you with that one.
It is what it is.
Yep, I'm going to just move right there so I got a clear line of sight down the lane.
Okay. With that then, Constantine, what are you up to?
Well, he'll see the grenade go off and go, that's an astoundingly great idea. He's going to frag grenade these guys. Challenge rating 0 yet?
Yeah. Just at the moment, as you roll in, you just toss it in their general direction. Can these guys even get more than the +4? I'll just do a couple of rolls just to double check. No, I don't think any of these are going to be able to. All right. Constantine, what happens to these guys?
Well, it literally a mirror of the other side. The same thing happens again, and there's just body pieces, claret, and people just riddled with pew shrapnel, just scattered about the middle. And he's just going to stride forward like he fucking owns the place.
All right. Oh, Mechanicus friend at the back, Tor Sabo. What are you up to?
We're just going to look at the destruction wrought so far. And the smile's going to cross his face. He's just going to move right here in front of Finley so he can take out these two.
Okay.
Rear pew. So this one's going to get the chain axe. Or not.
Or not, unless they fail their roll by more than you, which they do. So he's scrambling over the back of the pew. Immediately, Tor, you know this stroke of yours is short, but without even realizing, the cultist scrambles forward over the back of the pew, straight into the incoming line of the chain axe. So bear with me. Cool. So, unopposed. Yep. You got the guy targeted, you do.
Yep.
Just quickly roll that a sec. See if it tags it up. It does. Alright, the damage of your chain axe. It's not come up for the thingy, but I believe it is. Do you know off the top of your head? Oh, 5. Ren's 3. 5, 6. It gets more than 8 damage. What happens to him, Tor?
So the head of the chain axe is basically cut right into his collarbone. And with being his mechanical arm, he's just going to drag it straight through down to the guy's hip. Slicing the man in half.
Alright. Ambidextrous, chainsword. You doing anything with that?
Oh, yeah, he's going to target the next guy.
Excellent. He's going to attempt to dodge because it'd be rude not to. They are... Oh, it does! He skirts over the back of the pew. as the chainsaw starts carving down into the wood beneath, dropping to the ground, looks up at you, starts fumbling around in his robe to draw out a stub pistol, which will begin to be pointed in your direction. All right. Anything else?
He's in. Nope, he's done.
Okay. Errol, our big friend at the back there. What are you up to?
Well, it's seen Constantine move off. So he starts lumbering forward, stomps on this guy's chest as he's on the floor.
Just roll me a... let's go with a skill athletics might. A might check. You just hear several cracks beneath your boots as his ribs cave in. Not enough to kill him, but he's wounded as you continue onwards.
Gets up to these two. And... oh. Bear with me.
It's all good.
Right. He's going to put his stab shield down.
Yeah.
Poke his ripper through it.
Yeah. Is this against
And he's gonna
multiple
go full
people?
auto. Oh yeah, he's going
So-
full auto.
Press shift and shift T to target the other one as well. There we go.
Done.
That one, in fact, all of these are meant to be dead at the back. There's only those two left, but ship it. So with the Ripper gun poking through a custom cut hole in the shield, allowing you to brace it. Errol. Pull the trigger.
Oh dear.
They've not dodged or reacted this round, so they will try and dodge out of the way. Oh no. Oh no. That one's dead, but I'll roll anyway, just because its body's there. And then that one.
Because it's funny.
Because it's funny. Twitching dead body on the ground. 18 damage. Full auto. The Ripper gun opens up. Errol, what happens to them?
They turn into mist.
Spent shell casings scatter against the ground. Anything further, Errol?
Yep, he's just going to move up next to Gon.
Yep. In fact, what I'll do, yeah, it's fine for the. We'll just say you move from that to the exit range. Right. Okay. So, with the carnage now encompassing the cathedral, bodies everywhere, bar from the one lone pilgrim next to Severin, ribs caved in, and a couple more next to Tor and Finley. They are going to start to respond. The cultists at the far end of the room will start surging down the central causeway towards you all. And in fact, they are going to both use their move and their action as a run. So they're going to move into that region there. This is a terrible idea for them, but cultists are going to cultist, you know. So they move action into that region, and they're going to move down into the same region as Constantine and Errol. The surge of robed individuals, some bearing obvious signs of mutation. You see a couple of tendrils reaching from one, a claw on another. But But that's all they can do at the moment as they roll in. The 3 cultists near Finley and Tor are eventually going to just leap into action. Move into there. And the pilgrim on the ground near Severin is going to hastily reach for their pistol. So first things first. Severin, stub handgun. They're on the ground. They've got disadvantage. Their ribs are broken. They're not in a good spot. He's going to shoot towards you. You can choose to dodge if you wish, or you can just stand there and take it.
I think I'll just let him fumble that one.
Alright, the shot just wildly ricochets off the stonework behind harmlessly. Up near Finley and Tor, though. Tor, a couple of rounds come towards you from some handguns. The guy on the ground shot you. Do you want to try and dodge this? Or do you want to take
try
it?
and dodge it.
Alright, this is your reaction.
Oh,
we've still got that problem. Oh, well, that's fine. We'll get rid of them. A -6. You are hit for 7 damage. It's almost like this pistol's pointing straight at your helmet, your head, and the bullet hits the mask, puncturing several of the vital components there, showering your face with debris and sparks. The reason that was so much damage was because you got a -6 to dodge.
Oh, damn.
Sometimes it's best not to dodge. Noxious, this is episode 1. This is literally, we've just started. And I've thrown them into a fight they know nothing about. So you're as clueless as the players are at the minute. Another pistol towards you, Finley, from the cruel pilgrim. Stub handgun. The shot goes wide. Does it hit? Are you going to dodge or are you going to take it, Finley? Finley.
Oh, I said I'll take it.
You'll take
I
it.
said I'll take it.
Okay.
Take it.
6 damage. Minus your armor. Oh, I've added too many there. So your armor is pretty tough. You've got carapace armor on. In fact, that's the point. I don't think we added your armor on that one, Tor.
I don't think so.
It's not, because you've not got your armor equipped in your character sheet.
It is though.
It is, though. Oh, it's just to your body, because you've got a mesh vest. It's not...
Yeah.
Oh, and you took
Doesn't
it...
cover my arm.
Yeah. Yes. It doesn't cover your head. All right. As for you, though, Finley, that one round only does a single point of damage to you because of your armor. So you take it like an absolute unit. Okay, last, we've got a shot coming from the pilgrim here towards Constantine at the back. You hear the sound of a pistol drawn, someone aiming it behind you, Constantine. Are you going to try and dodge it?
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah.
Dodge.
Have you got the little button at the bottom in your thingy bar? Combat bar.
Yeah. Hello? Dodge?
In that case, if it's not coming, I think just get rid of that for a second. Dodge. I'll do it quick since it's for thingy. Oh, there we go. Sorted. So, with that, annoyingly, you are shot in the back. You just feel the bullet graze over your ear, taking a chunk of your ear out, cutting the side of your cheek as it whizzes past. That did a lot of damage. You have no head armor. God, what's with all the headshots? Alright. End of the turn. At this point, chaos has now broken out. The cultists seem to have... At least the stragglers are starting to mount some form of attack. At the very end of the chamber, near the pulpit, you see this red-robed preacher who's been yapping, calling to the Emperor this whole time. You just hear him start to scream,
Yes, yes, bestow me with your might, O God Emperor! Smite down the wicked, these heathen heretic fools!
beneath the robes. They begin to swell, to bulge, pulse as the cracking of bone begins to echo through the chapel. Now it's pretty interesting, this, and I'm certain we would all like to know how we got here. So let's rewind, shall we? To several weeks prior. When I find my doofer. Picture. A long metal walkway with high arched ceilings and panels of dark steel lining every wall. Dim lights set in the ceiling cast a cool, sterile glow that reflects off polished floors, giving everything a faint shine. Occasional pipes and conduits run along the ceilings or walls, hinting at the ship's massive machinery behind them, coupled with the ever-present hum, a steady reminder that the void lies just beyond these walls. We are now aboard the Temerity of a Feat, a void ship above the planet Sanctus Bellum. You all right there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good.
The group are making their way down this corridor. Several minutes pass before you reach a junction of doors. Straight ahead lies a giant archway, the massive bulkhead door at least 6 meters high that leads to the operations room of the void ship. To your left, a smaller door, this being one of the officer personnel lifts that grants easy access to the rest of the ship. Flanking the elevator doors are 2 combat servitors on swivel mounts, their lifeless eyes coupled to the gun barrels that track the tiniest hint of movement. Lastly, though, the door on the right-hand side of the junction. Similar in size to the elevator doors, but more grand in design. Imposing, doubled hinged doors crafted from thick plasteel with riveted bands of dark metal that crisscross its forms. The emblem of the Aquila is set front and centre of the 2 doors, hiding a heavy locking mechanism behind, hinting that these doors can be sealed tightly shut at a moment's notice, if necessary. This room ahead is your destination. Now, this group of 5, now we get to explore who you all are, as we are now a month or so in the past from that scene in the chapel. Who would like to go first? Who are you? What do you look like? Tell us a bit about yourself.
All right, I guess Constantine is going first. My character's name is Constantine Hanning. He has a wonderful, wonderful moustache. In fact, I've just noticed he is the only one with any facial hair in the group, and he makes up with it with a flourish. So, he has his right arm is a finely crafted augmetic. Under his right armpit, he has in a holster a monster of a hand cannon, which is modified to the back knackers. It even has a suppressor on the end of it. Don't ask how he got a suppressor on the end of a fucking revolver hand cannon. I don't know. Just don't worry about it. 40k things.
Yeah.
And on his left hip, he has a kind of battered, well used chainsword.
What sort of role would you say you take in the group?
Well, Constantine sees himself as a leader. He's a bit of a knob, but he has a commanding presence when he needs to. He sees himself. He's a seeker. He finds shit. You need something done or need somebody finding. Constantine is your man. Nobody gets away from Constantine.
Excellent. Who's up next?
I'll go.
All right. Who are you? What do you look like? What do you do? What's your role?
Playing the character Finley. He's a veteran guardsman, clad in heavy carapace armor that you can tell it's been used for a while. There's dents, nicks, spalling and stuff from where rounds have hit when they've been in combat. He's got his trusty las carbine strapped across his back. Along his waist is just a plethora of grenades, ranging from standard frag grenades up to crack grenades, and even just a few fire bombs there, just in case something needs to go burn. He kind of fits in the role of mid to long range, making sure that if something needs to be put down, he can do it without having to be too close.
All right. Thank you, Finley. Next up.
I guess I can go next.
Go for it. Who are you? What do you do?
Tor Sabo is an Adeptus Mechanicus, kind of like a technician, but throughout his early training, he has always had a fascination for blood. He can pretty much do anything that you can think of with a single drop of someone's blood. He can tell what kind of diseases ailed them, and all kinds of other stuff. But he also has another skill, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Picked it up while... Sorry, I got something in my throat.
It's all good. It's all good.
He picked it up on earlier missions. If he gets close to an enemy, he can kind of grapple them and then just start breaking their bones one by one.
So, in a nutshell, it sounds like not only are you a tech priest, but a specialization in almost the Medicae biologist side
Yes.
of the Mechanicus cult. One who dabbles in fixing people as well as breaking them apart.
Exactly.
And with these chainsword and chain axe, I imagine your role is, a frontline fighter as well as...
He is a frontline fighter, yes.
Excellent. Frontline combat medic. Next up, we have two people left.
Well, next up is Errol.
Yeah.
And Errol is an Ogren. Was Astra Militarum. Basically used as an officer's bodyguard. Until an old Inquisitor's interrogator came to the world. And he was press-ganged into their service as an Inquisitorial bodyguard. And as the interrogator is no interrogator no longer, he's been hand-me-downed to the Inquisitor's retinue.
As a bodyguard, Errol, what sort of equipment have you got? What's, are you in a nice waistcoat, serving drinks?
Nah, I'm a walking tank. I've got full carapace armor, a slab shield, ripper shotgun with bayonet.
Yeah.
I'm basically a visual deterrent.
The walking chunk of muscle and metal. Resident bodyguard, Errol. Which leads us to the last individual in this retinue. Who are you? What do you do?
That will be Severin. In 40K, there are ships like void ships that are the size of cities unto themselves. Some people grow in generations, their sons and so on. Never see a planet, just the insides of these ships that are practically worlds on their own. Born on a similar space station where there's hardly any light, Severin is very pale, as he has never really had to endure direct sunlight for very long. He grew up skittering in the dark of this space station, trying to scavenge scraps of food and survive, and was fortunate enough to flee into a rogue trader's ship when they made port, and rather than be sent off as a stowaway, was given a bit of work, and so now he has since then been putting his the skills he owned just trying to survive, keeping an eye out and slinking through the shadows, to some use for a decent bit of reward, and his gear shows it. He has an armored bodysuit, which he has built up a little bit in areas to resemble a void suit, so he has mag boots on, just because it's something that he would much rather have just as a safety, because he grew up in a void scenario where not having those could be really problematic. And so he's woven all of these things, and all of his gear looks very much like something if he were... It's possible that even if he had a void helmet and put it on his suit, it would be able to lock in place and he would be okay. Obviously without the air supply and all that, but it might buy him a little bit of time. He has these weird-looking... There are brown red, almost like the color of like a chemical spill, and he keeps his hair shorn off, and his eyes are just constantly darting around looking at things, trying to just pick up on anything that might be there, because it's something that he's never been able to stop doing since he finally escaped the previous hellscape that he was in.
Excellent. That pretty much rounds out the party, and an incredibly balanced one, may I add. Now, we're in the process of approaching this gilded, heavily armoured set of double doors. Constantine, with you at the front, Would you have either an Elect 2 or some sort of chip or gene-coded item to verify your identity anywhere?
Yeah. Yeah. On the ship, he'd probably be gene-coded, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he'll also have an Elect 2 on probably the back of his existing hand. On the back of his left hand, he has a Inquisitorial Elect 2.
All right. Approaching this door, you reach down, place your hand under a small servo skull that's been set on the door. A single needle on an arm extends down, jabs you in the back of the hand, and you just hear for a brief moment, "Cogitating. Access granted." And with that, despite their weight and size, the doors begin to open soundlessly. Their engineering as refined as it is foreboding. Been an hour. Do you want to call a quick break there before we get into the meat of it all and discuss what the fuck just happened?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Excellent. So, folks, we will take a brief break to refill on the old drink. Get our heads around what the hell that all was. So yeah, we will be but a moment. I've returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So, mutants, eh? Mutants and cultists.
Yeah. That's what I heard.
Who'd have thought?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's better than just bandits like last time.
Yeah. Yeah. And a pulsating, shifting mass of a preacher at the far end.
That's no demon.
All right. It sounds like we're all back.
Mutants and cultists and blobs, oh my.
Who'd have thought? In this day and age? No. So, saying that though, you now have some expectation of where this story is going to lead to in time. Right.
So we're not going to the Winchester, having a pint and waiting for it all to blow over.
You could. That may have been a this may be what could have happened. Who knows? All right. So with the doors now opening, sorry that. Excuse me. I'll save you from blowing your eardrums out with that one, with the fizzy pop. Behind the doors, the first thing you would notice is how the space ahead seems to loom over you. Columns stretch up to meet a high ceiling, while walls draped in dark crimson fabric lend a sense of grandeur, as though every inch of it has been designed to impress, or perhaps intimidate, whoever walks through its doors. The floor is a patchwork of polished metal and ornate designs. Sigils, engravings, and placards of the Imperium greet you everywhere you turn to look. Heavy rugs in deep reds soften the echo of the group's footsteps against the metal floor as you proceed inside. Here, candlelight flickers across scattered books and curious trinkets, creating dancing shadows over the myriad of secrets this room holds. There's a subtle hum of machinery here, not just the background drone of the temerity of Effete's engines, but instead a large cogitator, a strange mix of clockwork pipes, brass dials, and faintly glowing screens that is steadily clicking and whirring away in the corner as reams of parchment are spat out by a fixed-place servo skull at its side. Any thoughts on the room? This is a place that you've been to many times before, the office of the one you call Master.
Yeah, I thought I'd seen this office before.
Nice room.
As you look...
It's very nice.
It is. It's quite fancy. As you look towards the far end of the chamber, a singular form of Inquisitor Vittoria Ariana af Aldona sits with an air of calm authority about her. Her dark armor-like attire is accented with gold and symbols of her rank, and her hair is an intricate series of braids crowned with a mechanical device bearing the unmistakable mark of the Inquisition. Even seated, she radiates a quiet, commanding presence. With not even a glance, but a brief raise of the hand, you are both acknowledged and granted permission to approach.
All right.
Errol takes a couple of steps forward, drops to one knee, and says, "Lady."
I love it. The desk in front of her is neatly arranged with thick books, documents, and a glowing data slate. Everything in its place. There's no wasted movement, no unnecessary display, just a sense that every detail in this room and every item in her presence serves a purpose. Victoria herself, though, well, she leaves you standing there in several minutes, in silence. And you watch as she references the data slate and the tome in front of her. You've got a couple of minutes of standing there. Errol, are you going to just stay kneeled?
Oh, yeah.
What are the rest of you up to?
Finley would kind of be like at attention, just kind of standing rigid.
Tor is going to be a bit more relaxed, and he's just going to kind of let his gaze wander the room.
Constantine's a bit more aloof about the whole thing, and he's just leaning on Errol, who was kneeling down. So he's just leaning on Errol's shoulder while he kneels.
Severin, anything? You on?
So if she's going to be doing that, Severin's going to pull out his Auspex and start tinkering with it and, play around with it. See, entertain himself until she's ready.
The minutes drag on, and eventually you just hear this. There. Done. Now, good to see you all. Victoria raises her glance from the data slate towards the group. An eyebrow arching at you, Constantine. Really? Errol,
Well, you seem to be deep in thought.
yes,
so I
busy.
thought I'd keep them
Errol,
company.
stand up, dear, stand up.
I'm going to creak of carapace. He stands up.
Ah, good. Now that you're all here, anybody care to tell me what happened during the incident, with the warp translation? What's that all about? I only ask because, coincidentally, a few cryptic transmissions came into my view. She thumbs over towards the cogitator at the side of the room. There's a servo skull with two scribes, two quills that's constantly making notes on this forever-ending, or never-ending ream of parchment. Doesn't help matters that Lord Captain Santiago is playing rather coy with his responses to my question. She crosses her fingers together, rests her elbow on the desk, chin on hands, and a somewhat amused smirk. So, why did the Lord Captain requisition my retinue for a job during warp translation? Go on.
Ah, well, about that, Severin can explain.
And Severin just at this stops fiddling with the aspects and looks up and just looks over at Constantine like, you fuck. Well, madam, the Lord Captain just needed someone to look into some reports of a disturbance on one of the lower decks, and there was hardly anything, as you can see. We've not even hardly been delayed from coming in, meeting your summons.
Yes, but that doesn't answer my question, does it? What did the Lord Captain have you all doing in the lower decks of the ship? Because I can't get a straight answer out of the man, so best to go to the other source, those directly involved, is it not? Errol, did you
Yes,
fight?
I do.
Did you fight something down in the lower parts of the ship by chance? Maybe the hangars?
Big fight.
Right.
Didn't take long.
She looks.
There you have it, Inquisitor.
She looks across towards you, Constantine, and just sighs, pinches the bridge of her nose before leaning back in the chair. Ah, fine. None of you were hurt, though, I hope. No? Good. It seems the fields on this vessel are... chat for another time with the Lord Captain, perhaps. Now, reason I have summoned you here... She beckons you all to approach the desk as Vittoria begins to look through the tome data slate and then reaches out to snatch part of the ream of parchment coming from the cogitator.
Oh, wonderful. What is it this time, my lord?
As you are all aware, the Emperor's Imperium does not rest on miracles. It survives through action, vigilance, and unwavering faith. Our destination is a planet by the name of Sanctus Bellum, a shrine world, sacred ground where the faithful come and venerate the God Emperor, and also the resting place of a local saint, Saint Tarsian. Any of you familiar with this place? If anyone wishes to roll me a skill, I think that would be a law. And in the law, I would say planet.
Hold on. For the memes. Shit.
Yeah. Constantine, you have heard of Sanctus Bellum. It is... Let's see if anyone else. Who else? Finley? No. You may have heard the name, but you don't know any details about it. Tor? Not a clue. Not a clue. But with the +1. Sanctus Bellum is hasn't always been a shrine world. You know that many years ago there was a Chaos Warband that terrorized the sector, and through the sacrifice and work of Colonel Tarsian of the Venaxian 84th, they managed to push back the Chaos Warband to Sanctus Bellum itself, where their stronghold was, and through fire and faith managed to basically just crush the Chaos Incursion. Granted, there weren't many survivors from the Venaxian 84th. In fact, probably less than a handful, but due to Colonel Tarsian's actions, he was entombed on the planet as a saint for his work here, and that's how over time the shrine world became as it is now.
How long ago was this?
Easily 500-600 years ago.
Alright, so it's
not more.
Yes, I vaguely remember. It used to be a chaos held world 500-600 years ago, yes. Bloody affair, I do believe, before it was a shrine world.
Yes. Now, she begins to look over the documents once again. Statues of the God Emperor crying tears of blood. Not a regular occurrence, no?
Not unless there's a death cult on the world.
Nothing that has reached our ears, at least, but supposedly reports state that there are statues within the Cathedral of St. Tarsian that are weeping blood, and the faithful are calling it a miracle. Pilgrims are arriving in droves, some claiming the blood has healed them. Others, however, are consumed by visions, and there has been the odd talk of some being driven to madness. The ecclesiarchy on the planet are divided. Some whisper of the Emperor's return and as this being some divine miracle. Others suspect darker forces at work. The Arbites report unrest in the street, and rumours of heretical cults are abound, as you can imagine. Truth remains shrouded, and she grins, taps the paper on the desk. That is why we are here. And by we, I mean, she points her finger, you.
Not joining us for this one, Inquisitor?
No. I have the gut feeling that I'm going to be swamped in paperwork, and the last time I came anywhere close to a shrine world, the Ministorum weren't too happy with my affairs. So, as a warning, there is a chance that some of the Ministorum may not be too favourable to our appearance, and by extension some of the ecclesiarchy.
Oh, wonderful.
So, any questions on topic thus far?
You said statues are bleeding. Is it just in this specific cathedral?
Just in Central Cathedral, that of the St. Tarsian. There are a few statues on the outer portions of the cathedral that have been witnessed to be bleeding, but the reports seem to state that the majority is within the cathedral compound itself. Or compound, for that matter.
You mentioned some of the pilgrims have been reporting being healed by this blood.
It's what the report says.
Is there any reports that stick out?
I've only got a very well, that is where you will be coming in on this.
Very well.
So actually, let's cut this short. Your tasks are threefold in nature. First, determine the nature of this phenomenon. Is it truly a sign of the Emperor's will, or perhaps the work of psychers, warp energies, or hopefully not the machinations of the archenemy? Second, you will assist in maintaining order. If this so-called miracle spreads further chaos amongst the populace, we risk losing Sanctus Bellum to rebellion, or, Emperor forbid, something more insidious. Last, if there are any signs of heresy here, you are to root it out. If a single cult thrives under this veil of confusion, they must be eradicated completely. A shrine world falling into turmoil sends ripples across the sector. Pilgrims take their beliefs and doubts home with them, spreading either unity or heresy. And you will ensure it is the former. Yes?
Understood.
Errol raises his hand.
Yes, Errol.
What's miracle?
Say you were sat in the rations hall, and you were about to eat some lovely grub, and then all of a sudden, the Emperor gave you, out of thin air, another plate of food. For free. That, Errol.
Miracle good.
Yes, it is. But what if that free food was poisoned, Errol? Miracle bad. Yes.
The bottom lip's sort of quivering now.
Which is why we need to find out. She's looking towards you, Errol. Which is why we need to find out what is going on down there. So, your task, Errol. Make sure the rest of the crew get back here safe and sound, yes?
Yes, lady.
Marvellous. Now, the rest of you, be warned, if the source of this so-called miracle is not the Emperor's will, then it is likely the work of something unspeakable. If it is the Imperium, you must act with precision and without hesitation. Do not falter. Do not let your faith waver. The question remains. Do you wish for me to arrange transportation directly to the cathedral, or do you wish to take something a little more clandestine towards the outer shipyard and work your way through the swarms and throngs of pilgrims yourself? Obviously, pros and cons to both approaches.
Constantine's got to look at the group. What do you think? Straight to the source?
I'm up for straight to the source.
Parade and pomp it is then, gentlemen.
Better wax my mustache then.
No, that's all the only details I have to hand at present. The rest you will obviously find planet side. I have no contacts immediately for you, so you'll have to be making your own when you're down there, but I will make sure that the planet is voxed ahead of time to prepare for your arrival.
Standard protocols for contacting you, secure lines and all that.
If necessary, yes. Finley. Oh, Finley.
Yes.
Ah, good. You are awake after all.
Finley was kind of like just staring off into the corner, just thinking about getting straight to the problem. Daydreaming.
Yes, good. I'm glad you're here and with us. Head to the Quartermaster's Sanctum and acquire a Voxcaster for this mission, just on the off chance you need to contact me. You can be the little bitch boy carrying it around.
Just gonna sigh. Does not even reply to that.
Run along, bitch boy.
Ah, Constantine,
Yeah.
I'm glad you've spoken up as well.
Well,
Because you're going to be the main person I designate as my speaker when you reach planetside. So, here you are. She reaches under the desk, takes out a small box, lifts the lid, revealing her Inquisitorial rosette. Now there you are. Take it. Come on.
it would be my genuine honor, Inquisitor, to represent you in all things. And he takes that rosette and he goes, by the way, you strike a dashing figure today.
Roll me an awareness hearing check, please, Constantine. She mutters something under her breath. You can't quite make out exactly what it is before she just turns and nods to you. Don't try it. Not interested. Besides, Inquisitor now, not interrogator. Mind your man. Anything else from the rest of you that's not some painted blasé pleasantries from Constantine? Severin, you good?
Oh, yes, I'm just anticipating going down to another planet. Now, don't much care for being planetside, but needs make do must.
Yes, that they do. Well, in that case, if there is nothing further you wish to discuss, data slates. She holds out a hand towards the group.
Constantine will hand over his data slate.
She'll look towards Tor.
And she'll go fuck herself.
Yeah.
He's going to take it.
Alright. So with both data slates in hand, she'll quickly plug her own data slate into each of Tor's and Constantine's, uploading the scant details that she received from the message. Takes a couple of minutes before eventually she unplugs it and hands the data slates back over the desk.
I was going to take his and start immediately scrolling through it, trying to find any more information about the statues and the blood.
Okay. Give me a logic investigation check, please.
It's gonna be the same thing as last time. I'm good at something, but it's gonna say no.
Yeah, there's apart from expanding out on a little bit more about Saint Tarsian, in regards to the blood, the message literally states, "Statues are crying blood."
Great.
No, nothing overly interesting or useful there. Right, with that, we still have several hours before we make geostationary orbit above Sanctum Bellus. Feed yourselves, grab whatever gear you need, Finley, Voxcaster, and once we're in Vox range, I will let the Cathedrum know to expect members of the Ordo Hereticus.
Understood.
Good.
Finley
As
will
you
just
wish.
turn on step and start making his way to the quartermaster.
She waves a dismissive hand towards you, Constantine.
You make the sign of the Quilla. Just
Go have fun, Errol.
Thank you. He
yeah.
bombs away after Constantine.
Severin, before you depart, a moment.
He is started to turn, and then hearing this, he's like, "Yes, my lady."
Should the Lord Captain request any items from the Cathedral of Saint Tarsian, please let me know, or decline. The last thing I need is another instance of certain relics being escorted off the worlds they belong to.
And he's going to just, he's going to give a slight nod. As you will. I will ensure that the Lord Captain does not make off with anything he ought not to.
Because I know he's going to ask you. At some point, I know the man. The last thing, we're already in deep with some members of the Administratum, so if possible, this time, let us, I'm glad you understand. She just offers you a single nod, Severin.
I'm sure nothing will be missed. And then he's going to... He'll bow a little bit and then he'll walk out.
Oh my god.
All right. So, at this point, you have several hours to kill aboard the Temerity of a Feat, a Dauntless class light cruiser under the command of rogue trader Augustus Santiago. Why is an Inquisitor aboard a rogue trader's ship, you might ask? Simple. Vittoria is a relatively newly commissioned Inquisitor of the Ordo Hereticus. The previous Inquisitor she served as an interrogator passed away, and ended up naming her and a few other members of his retinue potential claimants to his title. And by extension, Vittoria and some of the rest of the party were all part of the same retinue. with Vittoria now being instated as a Inquisitor, the condition was that she would also keep those close to her as her newly conglomerated group of confidants. And that is the position you're all in. You've known Vittoria for quite some time during her stint as a seeker, as an interrogator. And whilst most Inquisitors seem to have a very harsh, stern demeanour, Vittoria does too, but not with you guys. That's what years of fighting alongside each other does, I would imagine. So with these hours spare before your Valkyrie is ready to depart for Sanctus Bellum, what are you all up to? What's the plan?
Finley's gonna get the Vox caster from the quartermaster, and then once he's gotten that, he's gonna go get himself a hearty meal.
All right.
And he's gonna make sure he's got a full tummy, known before they go down that whatever they can get food planet side may not be the most appetizing.
Finley off eating. What are the rest of you up to?
Probably making sure Errol doesn't get into any bother. Or lost. Or whatever Errol does.
What does Errol do when he's got a bit of downtime?
Well, the Inquisitors told him to go and eat, so he's going to eat.
All right.
But the Inquisitor also mentioned poisoned food.
Oh no.
Oh no.
In one of the canteens on the officer's deck, here, Finley, you're sat eating. Errol, you stride into the room.
Lunch.
Well, they got a good selection here today, Errol. Dig in.
So now Errol gets his big Ogren bowl, which is basically a bucket to anyone else. Fills it with food. And in front of the chefs and that, he's like looking at it and puts his massive nose over it and goes, and has a big old sniff to see what. And then he eyeballs the man behind the counter and go, poisoned?
No. I beg your pardon? What? This? It points to the best way of describing it, I mean, it's the officer's mess, so it's... The food quality is not too bad. It's still, with it being not a dedicated mealtime, like a nutrient paste with a few herbs added, a few cuts of dried meat that have been rehydrated to give it some texture and flavour. It's not the gruel or the slop that the below decks get, but it's a midday porridge-esque consistency soup. No, it's the usual midday nutrient bowl. My lord?
Gone.
Gone?
Gone.
Yes.
As
Is this okay?
As you approach Constantine, the man behind the counter will dip his head off of the side of the Aquila.
Constantine's just gonna dip his finger in. No, I think you're good, Errol. It's not poisoned.
Yeah.
You should taste everybody else's, though, just to make sure it's not poisoned.
Okay. And he just
Very
goes
good.
around dipping his finger in people's food.
There's a multitude of eye rolls, grunts, groans, sighs as you begin to dip your finger in the various porridges across the shit. And hang on, I'm just going to quickly chastise my daughter here. She's like, I can't believe my emojis are gone. Absolutely heartbroken. Child, I commissioned you to do loads of emotes, and you didn't do them. I had to go elsewhere. I'm heartbroken.
Yeah, little.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Called you out on stream. There we for the world
Wow.
to see. All right. So, with that though, with you sticking your giant sausage-like finger into all of the bowls, some of the officers who know you carry on eating and just laugh it off. A few others are a little more disgusted by it and end up pushing their bowl towards you, Errol.
I just empty him into the bucket.
Look at that, Errol. It's a miracle.
Yeah.
So,
And Errol just finds his big chair and sits in it and just starts chowing down. And the big chair is just this massively reinforced bench. The only thing in the room that's capable of his weight.
3 cult adeptus mechanicus adepts had to specifically come into that mess area, weld the bars together in the canteen. You've broken it twice already. So now, instead of it being a nicely designed metal seat over the last few months, it now resembles more of just a scrap barricade than a seat. Rebar's been used to reinforce certain areas. Iron giant girders have been welded in to support the weight in the center. They did try initially to add some elaborate designs to it, but now the few Aquilas that were engraved on the metal plates before have just been riveted over by more and more strips of plasteel and rebar.
So he just sits down and he's just chowing down on this bucket of slop.
Excellent. All right, so that's Finley accounted for. Eating. Constantine, sounds like you're eating or at least supervising. Errol, you're eating.
Yeah, I'm supervising.
Severin or Tor, what are you two up to in the downtime before the call to drop starts?
Tor is back in his chambers. He is still he is still a tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus, so he is going to go over like the rights for his chain sword and his chain axe. And then he's also going to perform some routine maintenance on his mechadendrite arm.
Okay. Just prepping it, stocking up on various chemicals, stimulants, ungulants you need. Okay. Severin.
And Severin is going to go by the operation center of the ship on his way before he hits the mess hall. Just looking in, making sure that there's no fuss of anything. one of his primary responsibilities on the ship, because he was not initially part of the Inquisitor's retinue. He actually had a job as kind of like a double-edged sword, which is tied to what they were doing in the lower decks, which is people trying to smuggle things off the ship or on the ship. You have to deal with them occasionally. Sometimes the Inquisitor wants something smuggled on or off the ship. In the case of like what the Lady Inquisitor was talking about, there's a lot of shades of gray and inner workings. So he's just gonna look things over, make sure there's no alerts or anything that comes up, so he can go down to the planet that he absolutely does not want to do. Or, maybe even somehow like trying to find like a reason not to. Maybe that was in his mind, but it quickly dissipates because it's just another day.
Yeah, and the operations center is the central hub, typically used for ground operations or for briefing the defenders of the ship. It's not so much where the helm is or where the navigators are. This is very much a chamber close by to the Inquisitor's office that she's basically, again, turned into this operations room. Here, various scribes and servitors, along with other laborers and Inquisitorial agents, work on plotting out planets they're coming up to, sifting through any information or various other Vox transmissions that are intercepted are all basically looked over here. This is the beating heart of the Inquisitorial force aboard the Temerity of Effete. So yeah, basically, apart from the private chambers, the private office of Inquisitor Vittoria, the vast majority of the Inquisitorial forces are here in this operations room. Because again, this is not an Inquisitorial ship. This is a rogue trader ship that has been requested, it's probably the best way of putting it, Inquisitorially requested to ferry Vittoria around temporarily.
Yes. Well, he's just going to look this over and make his way eventually to the mess hall, where he'll get his ration and just consume it.
All right.
Getting ready to just go down to the planet with everybody else.
So, several hours pass. Feed yourselves, prep your gear. And eventually, over your Vox beads, you hear an announcement from one of the adepts who works down in the docking bays. The call comes through with the usual static. Valkyrie gunship, dropship, ready for departure in 30 minutes. All members on this frequency who require transportation planetside to Sanctus Bellum, make your way to Docking Bay 7A.
Come along, Errol.
Errol unwinds himself out of the big chair, waves to the chef,
And
walks
cowers.
Finley will follow suit, making his way, following behind him.
So everyone will follow after them. Everybody seems to be on their way, so.
You make your way through the ship, eventually taking a lift down the officer's elevator into the lower bowels of the ship where the docking bays are. Here, stepping out, the corridors are full of servile workers, all in the usual grey jumpsuits of mechanics, engineers, labourers, dock workers. Scattered around are a few others in the red robes of the Adeptus Mechanicus. You make your way to 7A, where a Valkyrie is sat waiting. As you get close, there's a static hiss in your ears from the Vox bead as the familiar voice of Inquisitor Vittoria comes through.
Gentlemen, I believe you're ready to depart. This is just to make you aware that the Ecclesiarchy have been made aware of your arrival. Expect the usual pomp and precedence for matters like these, though I have been informed to keep your weapons and wits about you as they are experiencing a large number of pilgrims due to the Weeping Statue incident. Wish you all the best of luck. Contact me if you need anything or find anything of interest. Victoria out.
Well, that inspires confidence, doesn't it?
Well, this should be interesting when we get down there then. No one likes a bunch of rowdy pilgrims.
Yes, well, give a bunch of zealots something to be in an uproar over, and it will no doubt result in good things.
Errol tilts his head to one side as if deep in thought, and then just says, "Boom, boom," and poses it like a question.
Maybe.
Hopefully we can avoid such trivialities.
If there's boom boom to be had, Errol will let you know.
Errol just smiles, satisfied that someone will tell him what to do.
So, with you all boarding the Valkyrie, sirens blare from the hangar, the hiss of hydraulics as the Valkyrie doors close behind you. 5 people in the back of a Valkyrie is quite a tight spot, especially with someone of Errol's stature. And as you all know, the rides down Planet Side are not the most comfortable, at least on the metal bucket seats in the back of a Valkyrie with naught but a shoulder strap holding you in. "50 minutes of prep, and eventually you begin to hear the roar of the Valkyrie's engines spin up. A louder hiss from outside indicates that the bay doors to the hangar have been opened, and with a heavy sensation of G's pushing you back, the Valkyrie departs the temerity of Efreet. Temerity of Efreet, even. It's roughly 30, 40 minutes from the cruiser to your destination. As the Valkyrie breaks through the atmosphere, the rattle of metal echoes around this flying tin can. The servo skull that's positioned on the back of the pilot's cockpit projects a grainy hologram of the city below. Here you would see, through this green tinted hologram, a hive city. Not as tall as many, mostly built with spires and chapels, churches, cathedrals scattered around. This is a hive city of length rather than height. A shrine world. The very image of a shrine world. As you look at this map projected by the wall-mounted servo skull, you would see that the city's been designed in a way that has a multiple network of large open roads that crisscross in straight lines the entire length of Sanctum Bellis, giving you the impression that these roads are, if they are as full as pilgrims that you've been told, it's probably best you came via Valkyrie straight to the cathedral rather than trying to make your way through the throngs of individuals. These roads are easily half a mile wide. Oh, we've got to watch that noise. I don't know, Ravon. What is that noise?
It's just our old stomach.
Any questions in regards to the layout of the city as you're looking? Yeah, you beat me to it. Yeah, any questions about the layout of the cities you're coming in from orbit whilst looking at this projected map?
Is the cathedral we're going to the main central cathedral in the city?
Correct. Yes, that is. It is indeed the cathedral of. Oh, excuse me. Oh God, this. Coke. So yeah, it is basically the cathedral of Saint Tarsian as the central, large location, and is in the middle of the city, and that is where you're going.
All right.
It's huge. It is the very image of what you would expect a saint's cathedral to look like.
Yeah.
You know, this is not just a small affair where you can walk through the front door and
Yeah, it's more like
see
you
everything.
could drive a Bane blade through the front door and still have space on either side, yeah?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
If not, you know, multiple. It's huge. Over the internal comms of the Valkyrie, you'd hear the pilot just chime in quickly.
For all passengers in the back, if you'd like to turn your frequency over to Vox 7295, you can hear the local music of the population. And may I say, awe-inspiring.
Anybody tune in to the Vox?
Certainly, we'll tune in just to hear what's going on.
There, as you tune in, the rest of the group are either talking or counting their fingers. You, Finley, tune in to the frequency and begin to hear hymns sung by the choirs of St. Tarsian. But as you're flicking through the Vox, there's a brief moment where on one of the frequencies, words begin to reach your ear. you want to try and tune in on that frequency a little more?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and flick back and find that frequency.
Okay. Roll me a. Oh. Just go for a very easy tech check, please. Holy shit. Doesn't take long for you to dial in something that you're used to. Perhaps due to the fact you've got a Voxcaster plugged in as well, you're easily able to pick up on the frequency, and you begin to hear sounds like the words of a preacher.
Behold the Emperor's tears! He weeps for us, his faithful children! This is no blasphemy, no curse. This is his divine mercy flowing freely to heal our wounds, to cleanse our souls. And yet these heretics, these arbites, these doubters would deny us his grace. Shall we stand idly by while they spit on his blessings? Or shall we rise and claim what is ours by his holy decree?
It seems, for a brief moment, as you continue to listen, someone between the hymns occasionally will spout some rhetoric of the God Emperor. There is a tinge of perhaps trying to turn desperation into salvation, or into rage against the authorities.
Well, the rest of you may want to tune in. There's someone trying to incite the pilgrims, it sounds like. Telling them to overthrow everyone.
Interesting. Do you have the channel logged in the Vox?
I do.
Good. When we make landfall, peel off, link up with the local Arbites, see if you can track that signal.
Understood. All right, I can do that.
Wonderful. Tor.
Yes.
You'll be wanting scrapings and samples of the blood from all statues, yes?
Yes, exactly.
Wonderful. Severin, could you assist Tor with that? And make sure nobody interferes in his affairs. I'll meet with the local, I'm guessing it'll be a cardinal, right?
Absolutely, nailed it in one.
I'll speak with the local cardinal and we'll see what he has to say. Everybody happy?
Happy as can be.
Errol puts hand up.
Yes, Errol?
What Errol do?
Errol will do what Errol does best, and you'll be protecting me, of course.
Errol do this.
Very good, Errol. Good. Game faces, everyone.
Oh, yes.
We're just going to look quizzically at Constantina's. What is a game face?
Right. They probably took yours when they took your sense of humor, Tor. It's no matter. I'm sure we can have a new one installed at some point in the future.
Thor's just going to nod and kind of reply back. Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. Severin, please make sure Tor doesn't get into any how shall we put it, scuffles with the locals.
Oh, I'll do any talking needed. And
Oh, good.
he can look to his task.
Wonderful.
Finley, are you still listening in, or have you cut off by this point?
I'm still listening in. I'm gonna stay beaded in on that, pick up
Okay.
any information I can.
I'll give you one more then. So at this point, as the Valkyrie's now starting to slow down, you hear the heavy clunking of landing gear starting to deploy from the bottom of the Valkyrie. And as the last hymn is sung on the Vox, you would hear this preacher, Finley, just basically cry out,
Do you know why the arbiters and their so-called clergy block your path? Do you know why they deny you access? It is because they fear the truth. They fear that the chains of control will shatter beneath the Emperor's light. They would rather see you starve, suffer, and die in ignorance than let you embrace his divine plan. I say no more. The faithful will not be silenced.
It's at that, Finley, the heavy hiss, the sound of the door, the back ramp of the Valkyrie deploying, will break you out from listening in on the Vox transmissions.
All right, and I've made sure that I've recorded the channel and everything.
All right. The rest of you. You are met with blinding light temporarily as the ramp drops, the sun high in the sky, white marble, towering buildings. Almost would give you the snowblind effect as going from this dark, cramped confines at the back of the Valkyrie to suddenly wide open skies, towering buildings. The cathedral lies about 2 miles from where you've landed. And as you step out of the Valkyrie, you would see that this is indeed the grounds of the cathedral, and you're still several miles from the entrance. Lining the landing pad are roughly 30 to 40 members of the Adeptus Ministorum. White robes, hands in the sign of the Aquila, heads bowed. And from about 50 or so meters away, striding in your direction, is a finely dressed, military-looking individual with roughly 20 Arbites in tow, weapons shouldered, marching in procession. Behind them, 2 Leman Russ battle tanks. And behind them, a single open-topped Chimera used for transportation. This is no basic-looking troop transport. This is an Arbites, an Arbites secure transportation wagon, but has been dolled up with various sigils, flags that show the Aquila, scriptures, a hastily, perhaps, modified vehicle to take you to your destination.
You said one of them was an officer, right?
Absolutely. The man approaching you looks to be more than just an officer. In fact, roll me a sight check, awareness sight, and let's go with a Adeptus Terra lore check.
Lore check, yeah.
Yes, so do these are very easy. Sorry, so that would have passed. Get into the habit of asking me how difficult it is because I keep forgetting.
Yeah. 69,
Nice. So yeah, the awareness you would see. So that would bump it with it being very easy to a success. He seems to be perhaps a marshal of the Arbites. Perhaps the highest ranking member of the group. His finery it stands out amongst the rest. He wears this black trench coat, sign of office pinned to his shoulder. Very much a grizzled veteran, but he seems to know what he's doing.
So we can tell he's an actual veteran.
He
from
is.
the look of him.
Absolutely. This is a man of service and of action rather than one of pure station.
As we're striding towards them, I go, wonderful. They actually mean business. This might make things easier.
Good. Maybe I can get him to actually look into this Vox channel for me.
Indeed. And he's going to stride up, place his hands on his chest in the symbol of the Aquila, and say, Emperor's greetings.
And the Emperor's greetings to you, members of the Holy Ordo. I wish I could greet you all on better terms. Marshal Kresk of the Sanctus Bellum Protectorate, at your service, my lords. He makes the sign of the Aquila, bows his head reverently, and the protectors around him, all the various enforcers, do the same. And you would also notice that the 30 or so Administorum priests who greeted you have now fell in behind you in rank and file.
Good. I'm Constantine Hannig. I'm acting emissary for Lord Inquisitor Aldona. I have here my seal of authority. I'm sure it's all about ratified. You don't really need to check it, do you?
He shakes his head.
Good. Now then, jobs.
If I may be so bold, sir, as I apologise for interrupting, but this place, whilst quieter than others, may we speak in the cathedral? It would be better for all of us, along with your safety. And at that, he motions around. As bear in mind, since you've now departed the Valkyrie, you get a chance to look around at what's happening. Yes, the dock or the landing pad is in Cathedral grounds, but there are still a large number of pilgrims in the grounds. And a perimeter has been made around the landing pad. Hence the initial enforcer squad being so small. You now realise that the vast majority of them are now holding holding a cordon from the Valkyrie, as well as this also trying to hold a cordon on this 2-mile stretch of road that leads from the pad to the cathedral plaza.
They've got their hands full.
Absolutely.
Constantine will just take a look around and go, understood. Lead on.
Of course, my lord. If you would all board, apologies that it's not the most fanciful of vehicles, but due to matters, we prioritized protection over aesthetics. He motions towards this open-backed chimera.
We, like yourself, and he slaps Errol on the fucking top of his chest plate, or nothing if not practical.
The rest of you, any thoughts on this initial scene? Anything you wish to delve a little bit more into? Anything you wish to know?
Finley's just gonna kind of keep an eye on the crowd, given what he's heard over the Voxcaster on the way in.
Mm-hmm.
Just seeing if people are starting to get restless, if it looks like there might be anything kicking off.
Roll me
if there's any instigators.
Yeah, roll me a very easy, just straight awareness check. This is, hearing, sight, everything, seeing what you can see. Very, very easy. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of things that you can see. It's just how much of it. And with a +6, an astounding success, you can see pretty much everything. I'll give you a few interesting points that you pick out from this pulsing throng of pilgrims gathered around. As you glance up towards the cathedral, this road leads towards, about 2 miles away, a large open plaza where there's an enormous stairwell that leads into the base of the cathedral. And you would see towards the cathedral there are a multitude of processions. One of them seems to snake back towards the landing pad where you are. And you would see that these people in this procession seem to be marching in almost a hypnotic trance. They're rhythmically chanting. Many of them, at least closer to where you are at the landing pad, you can see the odd person who aren't fully robed would have self-inflicted wounds. You would also see another group just off on the opposite side of the road held back, a choir. A ragged group of pilgrims that, again, have gathered near the edge of the landing pad and have formed an impromptu choir. Their hymns to the Empner. I'm turning fucking Ogren here. Their hymns to the Emperor begin solemn and beautiful, but very occasionally as you would walk or travel past them, you would hear it shift slightly into a bit of a discord and otherworldly tones. So rather than them singing in hymn, some of the parts almost get to that awkward point where it sounds like their voices are screeching. People who are gathered around this small choir would be seen to be weeping, crying. Statues, you would see many statues, not just that line the road that you'll be taking, but also spread about the interior of the cathedral walls. The outer walls, should I say. Most of them chipped and weathered by centuries of age. But you would now see that when people said statues were weeping, they weren't lying. Literally every statue that you can see within range has a few crimson streaks down the cheeks.
I mean, Finley's just gonna see that and understand that they weren't lying, but he's, in his own rightful ignorance. Well, I guess that's just, everyday practice here.
Anything else?
And then, am I able to focus in on that group that you said was more hypnotically marching?
Yep, the procession. Absolutely.
Yeah. Just gonna kind of keep an eye on them. Just like, are they like being led by someone?
You can't really tell due to the fact that this procession is long. Thousands of people are part of it. It stretches for the 2 miles to the church, to the cathedral, along with also reaching back towards the main gates. The one thing you would notice, though, that they all seem to be clad in some form of white robe with a crimson motifs or pieces of cloth around their arms. Some even have full crimson robes. And this procession is a little macabre in how it's being presented. Again, the hymns they chant to the Emperor are slightly unnerving, and the odd individual would be flagellating themselves with barbed whips. It's incredibly zealous, even perhaps unnerving to many of the other pilgrims here.
I'm gonna keep an eye on that, but I'm also going to Constantine. See that, and then he's gonna kind of tilt his head and point towards where the group of just white robe with the crimson. That group over there. That's they're rather large, but everyone around them doesn't seem to really like them. There's something off about it.
At that, Marshal Krask would turn around. I would imagine at this point you've made your way onto the back of the Chimera and it's chugging along the road towards the plaza. The red-robed individuals, they call themselves the Penitents of the Blood. It's a relatively oldish form of worship. They've been around for some time now. They believe that self-flagellation, spilling of blood is a way to venerate the God Emperor.
And in terms of all the other pilgrims around them feeling uneasy, what intel do you have on them?
At the moment, he looks up and down. Towards the cathedral. I have a few working theories. Once we get into somewhere a little more fortified, I will share with you all of the details that we've uncovered from our end. It's at that moment you would see some of the pilgrims start pushing against the Enforcer cordon on this road leading to the chapel or the cathedral.
Well, Finley will be well, it looks like you're about to have a riot on your hands, and if what I heard on the way in on the Vox, and I'm not gonna wait until we get in there, is well, disturbing to say the least.
Aye, that it is. We've had our hands full for several weeks now with, well, ever since the statues started to bleed. Every man and their dog are calling it a divine sigil sent from the Emperor himself.
And
now,
yet over the Vox, they call you all heretics. which, as we can see, isn't the case. What have you done about this?
I wish, my lord, that I
They
could
wanna
say we've
overthrow
done
you.
more. But, emotions from the side of the Chimera at the thousands of pilgrims. And then towards the smaller enforcers. As you can see, my lord, we are struggling incredibly with doing anything bar from containment at this moment in time.
What about local PDF forces?
Emotions again to the pilgrims. You're looking at half of them, my lord.
Wonderful.
It's at that moment where you would hear the sound of heavy gates being opened. Ahead, the enforcer enclosure approaches. Here, a fortified perimeter has been erected in front of the cathedral to maintain order. The area bristles with heavy stubbers, multiple enforcers in riot suppression gear, and inside you would see various quickly erected hab blocks that are acting as a command post for this entire operation. Passing by some of the enforcers, you would see that all of them are stone-faced, grim in their demeanor, incredibly wary, tired, stressed, stretched thin. They are obviously struggling to maintain control. And it's there I'm going to call a quick BRB.
Good.
Oh. Welcome to Sanctus Bellum. A religious nutjob shithole. Huzzah! Be right back.
I had to resist the urge to say something about the glory of the empanada.
God damn it. Alright, won't be a second.
I've got a feeling, Severin, that you and Tor are going to be in a bit of trouble when we go to start getting samples from the statues. The tech priest of the Omnis trying to investigate bleeding statues is going to be great.
Fine, it'll be perfectly fine. Nothing is gonna go wrong.
Right.
What's the worst that could happen?
Thousands of religious zealots getting angry at the same time. Yeah, nothing's going to go wrong.
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... nothing will go wrong. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Cheers! Cheers, Durs. Right, also, Ravon, thank you, by the way, for 188 bitties. It is appreciated. And Crimson NC, thank you for the follow. Apologies it took me a while to get there. I hope everyone's enjoying, even you guys, players. You know, is this a little more interesting this go around?
Yes, already.
Yes, it is.
Good. Okay.
So much to do, so little time.
Yes.
All right. So. The cordon. Enclosure. As the open-backed Chimera makes its way through the gates, a Lehman Russ tank in front, one behind, followed with an entourage of enforcers either side, and this 30 or so procession of Ministorum priests. Some of the pilgrims here would bow, drop to their knees, offer prayers to the Emperor at your arrival. Others would throw rocks, bricks, other items in your direction. Now, due to the fact that you're in the centre of a road that's easily 40, 50 metres in width, none of these things reach you, but it would certainly be something that you would notice. There is an obvious divide in the crowd. But the enclosure itself is set up in the central plaza just outside of the Cathedral of St. Tarsian. You would still see, it's not completely barren. There are a few hab buildings that have been set up as a command point, but it's not empty. There are still pilgrims here. Thousands of them. But these ones don't seem to be as zealous, as uptight as those who have been barred entry into the plaza's grounds. Most of the pilgrims here are sat in fervent, quiet prayer, muttering hymns to themselves, prostrated on the ground before small makeshift altars. Some sobbing, but overall, in the plaza itself, the pilgrims, the ones who seem to have access to the statues, the cathedral, are much more complacent. Even to the point where there would be the odd merchant with a makeshift stall or a bag that's been emptied out onto the ground selling. You just hear, "Relics! Blessed by the Emperor himself! Buy your relics! Pray to the God Emperor of mankind!" A couple of pilgrims would be buying these small handcrafted statues of the Emperor. Small little red vials and various other knickknacks from the merchants. And last but not least, the main thing you've noticed would be the cathedral gates themselves, the gates that lead directly into the Cathedral of St. Tarsian. A towering double door, carved with scenes of St. Tarsian's martyrdom, mark the cathedral's entrance. Here, pilgrims cluster at the gates, begging the priests to let them in. Enforcers stand guard, denying entry to anybody who is not part of the ecclesiarchy or authorized personnel. You would also see the odd penitent pilgrim pressing their forehead so far into the ground in prayer it leaves the odd streak of blood on the ground. It's calmer, but not completely. As the Chimera comes to a stop, though, Marshal Krask would lead you off the back towards this makeshift compound, operations compound. In that case, allow me to formally welcome you all to Sanctus Bellum and the Cathedrum of St. Darcian.
Thank you, Marshal.
Much appreciated.
The onus is now on you.
Wonderful. Good. Is the Cardinal in office?
He is. If we are wishing to make way into the cathedral proper, then I can arrange the enforcers at the doors to, I would say permit you access, but provides you with no issues for access would be the better term, I believe, my lord.
Yes, that would indeed be the better term. I need... Do you have a Vox operator nearby? A command unit that my friend can patch into. We patched into an interesting Vox signal, and we'd like to narrow down the location of the source.
Understood, my lord. He points towards a small building just off to the side, almost a cargo container that's been converted into a makeshift accommodation. The doors have been bolted open. Excuse me. Several antennae protrude from the top, and you can see just through the opening that a multitude of cogitators have been installed into this cargo unit, with a couple of guardsmen cramped against the side of the container and the cogitators trying to work from this comms unit.
Finley, if you wouldn't mind.
All right. Finley is I'm gonna start making my way over there.
Okay.
And yes, once we're inside, my the esteemed Magos here would we'll need to take some samples from these statues.
In that case, I will... he looks around, snaps his fingers at 6 officers. Right. You'll be on guard duty for the Mechanicus priest. None gets close to him when he's in the cathedral. Understood? There's a snappy response from the guards and a salute as 6 members of the enforcement team side up alongside you, Tor.
Sorry, I step away from it. What was that?
You have a group of 6 enforcers acting as bodyguard for when you go into the cathedral.
Okay, good. He's going to nod to each of the guards and thank them for offering their protection. And then he's going to mention he's going to stop at every few of the statues.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's going to take some samples.
So, you're currently outside, still in the plaza. You've not gone into the cathedral yet. There are statues here that are bleeding. Are you going for those, or are you going to wait until you get into the cathedral?
He's just explaining his...
Okay.
What he's doing and whenever they get inside.
Okay. Ta. Wanted you to clear that up, just, because if you...
Yeah, not in front of the thousands of people.
Oh, that's a shame. Okay. Constantine, anything else you wish to add?
No, and then he'll just go and just let the cardinal know that we shall attend him shortly.
Understood, my lord. Errol, Severin, anything you two wish to do? Or are you happy to... Are you rolling?
Severin. Sorry, go ahead.
No, after you.
Severin just intends to do exactly what Constantine said. So when he's just planning to accompany the guardsmen and Tor to his task, keep an eye out for things, look for shifty people trying to listen in, or
Sure. All right, Errol. Last but not least.
I'm just going to follow on after Constantine, as that's what I was told to do.
Excellent. So then, everyone with a task now sets about doing it. Who are we knocking out the ballpark first?
I can go.
Yeah. So with Constantine and Errol making their way towards the enormous doors that lead into the cathedral, followed by Severin and Tor, you're left on your own, Finley, at the comms operations building / container out in the plaza. As you step close and poke your head through the opening into the cargo container and just see how cramped it is in there, you're met with a few bewildered looks from some of the enforcers within. A young woman takes her headset off to look at you with an arched brow. May I help you at all?
Yeah, no, I need to track down the location of a Vox channel. This is a priority. You can drop whatever you're doing.
At that, the head of Marshal Krask appears behind you and nods to the Vox operator. She looks at Krask, looks back to you, realizes the gravity of the situation she's in and who she may be speaking to, if even the Marshal is acting subservient to you, and slowly begins to nod. Very, very well. I can certainly try. What's the frequency, sire?
Did you give me the frequency?
I did, but you don't have to say exactly. You can wing it. I give her the frequency.
I don't know. Yeah, just give her the frequency. I just hand over a slip of paper with the frequency written down. I need to know exactly where this is coming from.
Understood, sire. It may take a little time, as every frequency...
Time is of the essence. You are to prioritize this. Get anyone else that you need to assist.
Understood, sir. It's just that literally every frequency is being bombarded with hymns and...
I don't care about the other frequencies. This is the only one.
She nods, looks down at the piece of parchment handed to her, and begins to dial in the frequency. Is there any way you think you could help on this at all, Finley?
No, he's not a tech guy, at all. You just happen to be the one to tune in. I can try, but I'll probably fuck it.
What do you want to try?
just maybe some engineering on it. See if maybe I can't fiddle with the Voxcaster to help her a little bit that we were given.
Okay, on your Voxcaster. Okay.
Yeah.
yeah. I'm not saying I just see you just diving into the cogitator and start poking things. All right. Also, Raven's Hammer, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Sure, why not? You, with your own Voxcaster, roll me... I would say this is engineering. So roll me an easy engineering check, please. As the Vox operator's trying to tune into this frequency, for a brief moment she looks at you with a blank look. Sire, I'm sorry, this channel is exactly the same as the others, just constant hymns. I'm not getting anything unusual. It's there where you will come in with the Voxcaster. What do you do? How do you help?
I shove the Voxcaster in front of her and tell her to plug in through that Voxcaster and listen, hopeful that it'll kind of tune out the riffraff and allow her to hear the underlying voices of, the guy chanting, throwing about overthrowing the arbiters and how they're all heretics.
As she takes the cable offered, you put the Voxcaster, slide it off your shoulders onto the ground near her, offer the cable to plug it in, and it's here where, Finley, you would notice her face goes pale, as on the Voxcaster, on the side, stamped on the metal, is the Inquisitorial eye. It's at that moment she understands the situation she's in. Face pale, pupils dilated, and sweat begins to pour from her brow, as with a shaking hand she takes the cable from the Voxcaster and plugs it into the cogitator that she's been working on, that's hooked up to the other Vox array on the cargo container. Moment, my lord. I will dial it in. She begins to run through the frequencies. Gotta get my little thing out again now, and
We ever heard that before?
Through the hymns being sung over the Vox frequencies, all of a sudden her eyes go wide as something begins to come through. She quickly unplugs the headset, taking a slightly larger speaker next to the cogitator, and plugs it in for both her, yourself, the marshal, and others nearby to hear. A voice, a familiar voice now to you, Finley, begins to rasp out of the speaker.
They claim to protect his will with their laws, their machines, their hollow dogma. But I tell you now, the Emperor does not speak to cowards who hide behind bureaucracy. He speaks to us, to those who bleed, who suffer, who sacrifice in his name. It is we who are his chosen, and it is we who will bring about his glorious return. Do you feel it? The blood flows, the veil thins, and the heavens tremble. The Emperor's power courses through this sacred place, uniting us in purpose. Soon his light will burn away the shadows, and we His most loyal servants will stand at his side as he reshapes the galaxy in fire and glory. Come, my penitents, my pilgrims of the blood. Join us. Overthrow. The time is now.
It then goes back.
Now, would you look at that,
It's like, go on, go on.
Oh, just now. Would you listen to that, Marshall? I told you had a problem here. As Finley slowly turns his head with the carapace helmet on to look at the Marshal.
That's... So it would seem. My apologies, sire. We were unaware that this transmission was being broadcast along with the hymns. He looks towards the woman. Why did you not find this sooner? The woman begins to stammer and stutter.
It's not her fault. It's been well hidden. It's underlaid in the signal. It was only by happen chance that this was found.
It's at that moment where the Marshal was reaching for his pistol. His hand comes off it as he nods at your response. Happenstance or the Emperor's providence? Very well. It'll take...
By all accounts...
Go on.
Finley's gonna cut the Marshal off mid-sentence. By all accounts, Marshal, you need to ready your forces for a fight. They're riling up the pilgrims. They want to overthrow you and the ecclesiarchy that's here. You need to be prepared for anything.
Understood, sir. In that case, we shall... Let's make a... It looks towards the Vox operator. Quickly send a message to all squads out of periphery. Tell them to return. Cordon off the cathedral itself proper. All forces. The Vox operator nods. She barks out the command across the Enforcer network. So that at least all of the local squads will no longer be patrolling the streets outside of the cathedral, and the full protective might of the Arbites will be, at least for now, centered around the Cathedral of St. Tarsian.
Alright.
It's going to take some time for them to narrow down the broadcasting location of the signal. So, whilst you're there, Finley, you're going to be assisting the Vox operator with that, perhaps even listening in on with your own Vox unit.
Okay. At the same point, I'm going to Vox over to Constantine and let him know that I've ordered the Marshal to pull back all of his forces.
Is that all you say, yeah?
Yeah. Just that. Well.
No, go on, go for it. I could do with a very brief moment.
Constantine,
go ahead.
Marshal's pulling back all of his forces. I got them to hear what's going on. They're going to fortify the cathedral. By all accounts, whoever is doing the speaking on this Vox channel is wanting to overthrow everything and burn away what's currently standing in the Emperor's light. Calling the ecclesiarchy and the arbiters a bunch of heretics.
Any names?
None so far. staying here to help try and crack down the location, the source of this.
Understood. Keep me posted.
Will do.
With the comms cut. El Carla, thank you for those 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. And welcome to the channel. So, with that then, Constantine, Errol, Severin, Tor. You make your way to the giant gilded gates, doors to the cathedral. Here, you're... Oh, we did play Symbaroum, yes. I remember now. Long time no speak. Sorry. Sidetracked. As you get to the door, the group of enforcers that are escorting Tor move ahead and begin to push the pilgrims aside, making way for you to start ascending the grand stairwell to the doors. The other group of enforcers who are holding the pilgrims at the door see you coming and start shoving other pilgrims aside with shotgun butts and shock maces, riot shields to the faces. It's a brief, bloody scene as the enforcers make way, allowing the group entrance to the cathedral.
I will have my headset with me. I just have to step away for a moment.
No worries, man. As the group make their way past the enforcers, you are greeted with an enormous grand chamber. The doors are only open a sliver, enough to allow you entrance and enough for the enforcers to stop the throng, the horde of pilgrims from pushing past them. But candlelight and a warm glow, that of gold, of brass and bronze, greet you. There are members of the ecclesiarchy here in their white robes, priests, preachers, a few higher ranked pilgrims, those with the funds or the pull, perhaps, to gain entrance to the cathedral. And lining this grand central chamber, a plethora of statues, some of the God Emperor of mankind, others of Saint Tarsian. All of them crying, weeping, streaks of blood running down their cheek onto the robes and armor that the statue wears, down from 20 meters high to the ground, where it pools at the feet and pedestals of each statue.
Turning to Constantine, Tor is just gonna give him a slight nod and let him know, like, all right then, I'm off to work.
Very good.
So he's going to follow Tor.
And remember, keep him out of trouble, Severin. Out of trouble.
Oh, yes. I don't think it'll be too much of a challenge.
Tor is gonna walk to the closest statue to them at this point.
Okay.
And start taking blood samples. And I'll start with the blood samples first.
All right, so we're going with Severin and Tor first. Errol, Constantine, you are led deeper into the grand nave of the cathedral. Again, it's awe-inspiring with just the sheer scale. Towering golden arches, golden murals depicting St. Tarsian's triumph over chaos line the ceilings. The air here is thick with incense and faint chants and echoes from hidden speakers in the walls. But we'll come back to you two in a moment as you continue down towards what appears to be a large pulpit in the centre of the cathedral, or at least the centre of the cathedral entrance, the cathedral nave. So you've got a bit of a walk ahead of you still. Tor, Severin. Around the statues would be priests and pilgrims knelt in silent prayer. The statues, each carved from alabaster and radiating an aura of reverence. But it's not so much the statues you're interested in. It's the blood that's pooling at the foot of each of them. So, Mr. Medicae Biologist, let's get some rolls, shall we?
Of course.
After I've plugged my headphones in.
Severin's going to be following him. He's going to take out his Auspex and start scanning, just in case. Because obviously he's doing his part.
Mm-hmm.
So Severin's going to do his to kind of look things over and see if he can find anything unusual coming from the area.
Smart. Okay.
It's like I planned this.
I totally didn't know Severin had a fucking Auspex. That worked out.
Yeah, it's one of his 2 pieces of equipment.
With Tor's auger array, would he notice any chaos signatures or anything not human in this room?
Let's find out, shall we? So, we've basically got 2 Auspexes going, along with the various bits and pieces from the Medicae stuff. So, first things first, from Severin, can I have... let's go with... an aware... not really awareness. Where's the damn thing? I've lost it, boys. What am I looking for? Tell me. Logic. Investigation. Now, I'm going to say it's going to be easy with advantage because you've got time. You're going to be spending time just scanning around. It's not so much a difficult job. It's just a time-consuming job.
I'm back.
Welcome back. As for you,
Sorry
Tor,
about that.
can I go for a... Alright, I was about to say, depending on that roll, before you get chance to start examining the blood, you kneel down, you begin to take a few samples in various vials. Your mechadendrite reaches over, scooping up and beginning to offer analysis. This takes a little bit of time, which will give Severin a chance to notice something. Severin, as you point the Auspex around the area, eventually pointing it towards the blood itself, the pools of blood and the statues, there is a faint resonance that shows up on the Auspex. That of faint warp energy. As for, I'll give you a second to think about that. Whilst you're reading the results from the Auspex tour, for a brief moment, let me rephrase that. Ask a question. At any point, do you touch the blood?
No, I believe just his Medicaid Mechadendrite bowl.
Okay. In that case, then, I will put it back to Severin to see whether or not, or what he tells you. You don't notice that it's warp tainted because you're busy fishing it out at the minute.
Well, funny enough, the thing I was going to say before you went over, I was going to say, best not touch that. And he's going to hold the Auspex down so he can just see like that it's giving some kind of a signal. Might be a bit unstable, if it even is blood.
Tor's gonna nod and then immediately kind of like sweep the area around him, like glance around him, and verify that no one else is actually approaching the blood.
The 6 enforcers who are escorting you are holding back several pilgrims. Some of them are starting to be a little confrontational. You would hear the cry of one of them shout out, "Why is one of the cult mechanicus despoiling the statue of the God Emperor as to be revered, not experimented with?"
Tor's gonna let the comment just kind of like dissipate as he ignores the zealot. Severin, could you please inform the gods to keep people away from the blood as well?
So Severin is going to look over at these Arbites,
Mm-hmm.
and he's gonna walk up to them. Are they all like right up against the pilgrims?
Yes. Yeah.
No, keep them back. This is more than it seems. And he's looking at the pilgrims because like these are they're pilgrims, but the ones inside seem to have like be pilgrims who might be a bit more affluent or lucky. So he's just going to look at them and see if they like try to do anything.
One would. He would try to push his way forward, scream, constantly the same rhetoric leaving his mouth. It's to be revered. The blood is a gift from the Emperor. Do not. And just as he's about to finish his word, the shock baton from one of the enforcers strikes the man square in the chest. You see his body tense up for a brief moment. The cracking of bone as the pilgrim drops to the ground, squirming, having been shocked by the mace, and then shortly after realizing his rib's been broken, you just start to hear above the dull chanting in the cathedral this high-pitched scream and pained wail.
Well, that'll do that.
None will approach me, lord. Fear not.
And into his Vox speed, he's going to say so that everybody who's tuned in can get it. This substance is giving off a warp signature.
Constantine will just do like the double click of affirmative into his vox bead.
And with that, Severed's just going to keep on watching. And one thing he's doing in particular is looking for people who are, like, there's the pilgrims, yes, but like people other than them who might be a little too invested in what Tor is doing. Like if there's anybody sneaking around or anything like that, like keeping an eye on the situation.
Roll me an awareness check. So, whilst you're doing that, Tor, I think this calls for a forbidden Medicae roll, don't you?
I do, actually.
Not something most people know, but you certainly do. Again, just get into the habit of asking me how hard and easy it is, because I do forget, with it being a system that I'm not used to. Hence also the SL thing from earlier. Sev.
Oh, yeah.
So prompt me.
I assumed it was challenging because if someone was, like, if it's a contested roll, I could see it being,
sure,
just straight flat.
I was going to say I would say this wouldn't be challenging in this sort of environment because most people are praying and are quiet. So you would be able to see more, but it doesn't matter. It's still, it's a success. But yeah, that's why just prompt me because I don't want you rolling harder than it needs to be.
Okay.
As for the Forbidden Medicae, this you're spending time doing it. You're running the results, cogitating everything that comes from it. So for me, this would be a relatively easy test on the Forbidden Medicae for you. It's not difficult, it's just time consuming.
Control that up.
With the blood, do you have any sort of kit or what's this look like? How would you test blood? Do you have any extra equipment with you? Is it part of your backpack? What's this entail, Tor?
So basically, on the Mechadendrite, there's multiple different tools. Right now, he's basically just using a syringe to suck up the blood into the arm, and then that will be fed into a backpack that's got all kinds of mechanical vials and like a very small distilling, I guess, like array inside of it as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's all fed to his implants in his brain. So right now there's a lot of kind of hissing coming from the backpack. And then like his augmetic eye will kind of flicker now and then as he reads the data.
Okay. The data currently streaming into your vision is, for you, as a member of the Medicae biologists, incredibly interesting. It's warm. This is not a cold blood. This is just a few degrees below body temperature. But it's much more viscous. There are much more elements of metallics of iron in the blood. But for all intents and purposes, it is human blood. Almost as if freshly drawn from a body.
He's going to take note of the DNA signatures as well.
There's too many to... as you begin to try exporting the data, far too many individuals, far too many strand, there's far too much DNA from it, different people. And at that moment, you get a error message basically saying, it's a lot of information. Are you sure you wish to save this?
I'll cancel the, I can't basically just cancel that. But it is very intriguing. I'm going to turn to Severin and saying like a hushed voice. This is intriguing. This blood is coming from somewhere. From a lot of different people. How it's being transmitted is unknown.
A few other things just to add to that. It has been modified slightly, or perhaps artificially, and there would be the odd trace of non-human DNA in there. The traces of iron and other minerals are in ratios that defy natural biochemistry, and last but not least, there's no signs of cellular decay, suggesting that the blood does not age or rot like you would expect organic blood to. Couple that with the traces of warp taint. I've got to say taint. To it. This is certainly unusual.
He's going to keep note of that. But he's going to keep that to himself as he keeps trying to analyze.
Okay.
He's going to say one more thing to Severin.
Absolutely, go for it.
He's going to say, I wish I could test this on someone.
Any response to that, Severin?
Does he hear Tor say that?
Oh yeah,
he said it to you.
Oh well, Severin is not a zealot, unlike past characters. So he's gonna say, "Well, if you need a volunteer, it looks like you have no shortage of people who would." And then he's going to just gesture to the throngs of pilgrims at varying intervals, and
he's going to turn to the pilgrim. Actually, no, he's going to let Severin do this. Basically, he's going to request that Severin talks to the pilgrim that has his ribs broken. Since he has heard that the blood has healing properties, perhaps the guards can take him off somewhere quiet with both Severin and Tor.
This is a big building. Are there like side rooms and stuff like that?
Yeah, there would be chambers that are almost every single wall would no doubt have small chambers, small prayer rooms out of eyesight.
Okay. Severin is a little dubious of this. However, Tor's the expert. And big air quotes. He's going to walk over to the Arbites and look at this guy who's just been like completely shithoused by the Arbiter. And he's going to say,
"Don't worry, my lord, he'll not be getting back up after that one. Not for a while. Let him sit there and wail."
"Well, actually, and he's in luck. You there, up."
The pilgrim looks up. Oh, yes, my lord." He staggers up, wheezing.
And he's going to just crook his finger at him like in a come here kind of motion. and he's gonna put the other hand like towards the arbiter, like just give him that like the hand, like like don't hit him again. like yeah.
Understood, my lord. I will refrain from beating the man.
Just because it's funny as it would be for him to be like, okay, and then whack.
I mean, I'm not saying the thought didn't cross my mind, but
if I had been any slower to say it, I am sure he would be dead. So, and he's just gonna gesture to him, and all right, and he's gonna look and nod towards like one of the side areas. If you're sure about this,
The effects need to be explored. If we have countless reports of people already being healed by this blood, we need to see what it does to these people.
All right, do your thing. Just make it quick and do it out of sight.
Of course, of course. We're just going to take the pilgrim to one of the back rooms.
Oh, my ribs. I can't walk. He drags himself into the side.
And Severin will stand at the door of this room and kind of look around, just to make sure nobody comes snooping to investigate, and just making sure that, or trying to ensure that people can't see in, like, because there's going to be a lot of people wondering what's going on because they've just seen this person come forward, and it's abnormal.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, in one of the side rooms, Tor, you, I would imagine, load up some of the blood in a...
Oh, it's stored in a file in his backpack from the syringe on his arm.
All right. How does this look?
He's going to have the pilgrim kind of lay down on the floor. He's going to take a look at the
Conveniently, he might already be on the floor.
Oh, yeah, but he's just going to make sure that he's laying flat. He's not curled up in like a ball or anything. And he's going to take a look at his broken ribs. So he's going to kind of open up his vestments, take a look at his broken ribs.
Okay. The pilgrim starts trying to cover himself, looking with absolute horror at this Mechanicus man looming over him, mechadendrite with blades, saws, syringes, and God knows what hanging off of it. A chain sword and chain axe at the waist. The Emperor protects, the Emperor protects, the Emperor protects. Go on.
First, he's going to give a small injection of a sedative just to calm the guy's nerves.
Okay.
And then over the spot where his bones are broken, he's going to inject just a little bit of the blood.
All right. So, whilst this is going on, because this is going to be something that takes a little bit of time while you study the effects, I'm going to send you the results. And then it's going to be up to you later, when everyone reconvenes, to relay this information to the group.
Okay.
I hope you like reading.
I do, actually.
Good. Enjoy. All right, so with Severin standing guard from the side chamber, Tor experimenting on this beaten pilgrim. Let's go find out what's happening with the Cardinal. with Constantine and Errol. Just very quickly, outside. Finley, are you good?
Yeah. The only thing I wasn't sure of is if he had heard the warp taint blood.
Yes. Yeah, it was sent
Okay.
across the entire group.
Yeah. All right. I would have made sure that I passed that along to the marshal to pass out to all of the rest of the Arbites
Okay.
to not touch the blood under any circumstance.
Excellent. So, Constantine, Errol, you are led further down the central chamber of the cathedral. Here you take a few lefts and rights past... they're basically dividers for the cathedral, easily 20 meters tall. They don't reach the ceiling. You can still see over the top of them if you're above, but it just separates the open areas into a almost maze-like complex as you get towards the center of this area. The air, like the rest of the cathedral, is heavy with incense, mingled with the metallic tang of blood that's been permeating from these statues for the last several weeks. You eventually reach the pulpit in the middle of the grand chamber. Most pulpits are just small areas where a orator would stand to speak. This is more like a tower in the middle of the cathedral, with its own rooms and chambers attached to a massive spiral staircase that goes up the center of it. You ascend the flights of stairs, roughly 3-4 stories, and are eventually brought to the Cardinal Audience Chamber. Here, when I find the gentleman... bear with me, I've lost my little do for my jig. Anything, Errol or Constantine, you wish to do or say?
Look at the pretty lights.
Constantine will try and keep Errol on target so he doesn't wander off and start playing with candles.
He totally would.
Okay.
Errol, come on. Errol? No, this way.
Okay.
I'll get you a candle on the way out.
So, with that said then, as you step into the audience chamber, you're met with the bowed head of an ecclesiarchy cardinal.
Emperor's blessings to you and your...
Looks towards Errol as Errol stoops into the room.
your friend, members of the most holy orders.
The Emperor protects and watches over us, and Constantine will do the sign of the Aquila.
Cardinal Aurelius Maleficus at your service, my lord.
Thank you, Your Eminence, for granting us with your presence.
He bows thankfully before offering a hand towards a finely crafted leather sofa. At least to you, Constantine. He then takes a brief moment to glance around the room to see if there's anything suitable for Errol, but at a glance, Constantine, you can immediately tell that this place is not made.
There's nothing. Yeah.
This place is not made for someone of Errol's stature.
Do me a favor, Errol, and just wait right there while I talk with the nice cardinal.
I nod and just bang my slab shield down on the floor and lean on it.
Boom! It's
Feel like
austere.
an expensive carpet just got ruined.
Yeah, I mean, it's dimly lit, and there are a few stained glass windows that overlook the central chamber from this pulpit tower that would shake and rattle as the slab shields placed against the floor. Some of the panes with it being hundreds of years old, some are cracked, faded, but the images cast are pretty much views and interpretations of Saint Tarsian and his fight and martyrdom against chaos. As for the Cardinal himself, he's an older man, sunken eyes, his face deeply lined from years of stress and devotion. He wears crimson vestments beneath a black robe, white cloak above, and various gold emblems and sigils plastered all over him. Pretty much the very image you would expect of a cardinal of the ecclesiarchy, to the point where it's almost excessive, the sheer amount of gold on him, but it's expected of someone of this position.
But he's not a portly man, so he hasn't...
No.
Yeah.
No.
As with most cardinals, or a lot of... Yeah.
Most cardinals are famed for their glutton and desires, excess, one could almost say.
Mm-hmm.
But no, he certainly gives off the air of a man who is very pious, loyal to the Imperial Creed and the cult. Sorry, the faith of the God Emperor.
Some fucking heresy right there.
But no, he does seem, for all intents and purposes. In fact, roll, if you want, roll me a intuition person. What's the word? What's the one I'm looking for?
People, surroundings.
People. Yeah, people. Intuition people. Very easy. You've met many people over your years as a seeker. You know, mostly just at a glance, the general outgoing view of people, and in terms of devotees and pious beliefs, this man would probably rank in the top. You're pretty confident in saying that he is a faithful servant of the Emperor.
Okay. In which case, Constantine will take a seat on the comfy leather couch, cross his legs, and you start by going, "So, Cardinal, what do you make of this phenomenon? I'd like to hear your input."
He chuckles for a moment before sitting down and nods. The miracle, of course. You would get a hint that he may not think it's as a miracle. The Emperor's tears flow through his chosen statues, granting hope to the faithful and inspiring renewed fervor in these dark times. But his hesitation, he leans forward in his seat towards you, Constantine. Not all are convinced of its holiness. Some of the priesthood here whisper heretical doubts, while others claim to have seen signs of corruption amongst the faithful who have partaken in the blood.
Truly.
Truly. And whilst I have had the Marshal and a few others try and investigate, whilst we pushed in to try and make sense whether this is the Emperor's divine will or something somewhat darker, this is when the pilgrims found out of the occurrence and started to flock to the city in vast numbers. Due to that, we've regrettably not made as many steps forward as I would have personally liked. I fear there are darker forces at play here, and the Blood may indeed have power, but is it the Emperor's or something else?
Something else.
Are you aware of the story of this cathedral?
Sorry. Does Discord take my shit forever?
Yeah, let me change channel.
Yeah, just gonna.
Hold while I change the channel.
Domo Regato.
All right.
Oh, that's better.
There we go.
Discord
things. So, are you aware of the history behind this chapel and this world, this city?
Vaguely, I know that your saint was a great general, a leader, and he helped liberate this planet from heresy. Yes? At great cost to his men.
In a nutshell, I believe the term is yes. Colonel Tarsian of the Venexian 84th was tasked with leading an Imperial regiment against the heretical Chaos Warband known as the Crimson Chorus. They carved a bloody swathe across this local subsector and, well, Colonel Tarsian's campaign was one of unrelenting faith and brutal efficiency. He drove the heretics back to their stronghold, which... The Cardinal points a finger down to the ground. Was here.
On this very spot.
This cathedral is built upon the battlefield of the Last Stand, where Colonel Tarsian became known as Saint Carsian. His martyrdom. The 84th was nearly annihilated during their battle here, with only a handful of survivors left to tell the tale. And a colonel normally wouldn't be named as a saint, but so far from home, with so few men, overcoming a Chaos Warband, well, the Ecclesiarchy saw that he be immortalized and declared a saint, where his remains are enshrined here.
They highly protected his remains, yes?
There's a deep exhale from the Cardinal. For hundreds of years, there has been no need for heavy protection. We saw very few pilgrims, and only the local members would come to pay their respects.
as you can probably imagine, that changed considerably not too long ago. Whilst at first the first few throngs of pilgrims we let in, it was busy, but as more came...
More came from the planet or from out of system?
Out of system. The vast majority of the pilgrims you see outside are all out of system pilgrims.
Including these zealots that we saw on the way in?
You've already had dealings with the penitents of the blood. I see.
Yes. Yes. What is your appraisal of the group?
They adhere to the core tenets of the faith, but as of late, they are seen more as a unorthodox group. Some of their methods go against the regular teachings that I preach here, and as such, we may have removed some of the priests from service in the cathedral.
Removed? Are they no longer in situ?
Yeah, correct, my lord. They were exiled from the cathedral and sent to be naught but beggars in the city at large, but granted, at the time it was business as usual. Regrettably, I do not have the gift of foresight, else I would have perhaps seen...
And he motions towards the entrance of the cathedral.
Yes, well, not all of us have the sight of the Emperor to guide us.
I am happy to hear you say that, my lord. But still, there is blame, and it does indeed lie at my feet. So I will do, and have been doing all I can to assist. And I knew at some point members of the Ministorum, the Ecclesiarchy, would come to hopefully investigate, but for the Holy Orders themselves to come, this... I apologize if I somewhat shook.
No. Could you just give me one moment to confer with one of my colleagues? Solution, what was the name of that group again?
The Penitents of the Blood.
So I'm gonna vox Finley and go, Finley,
Yes.
are you getting anything from the Penitents of the Blood? Does that name come up anywhere or ring a bell, or is it linked to anything that we've found so far?
The Marshal did bring it up. I'll have a chat with him again and get all the intel that they have on him.
Good. If you can, round up some ringleaders. I'd like to question some, if you could. Thank you.
Understood.
And then you'll go back to the Cardinal. Sorry about that.
Would either of you care for refreshments, as there are a few other matters that I wish to speak of? And
he looks towards Errol, who's... What's Errol? Errol, what... How are you passing the time?
I'm leaning on the back of my slab shield, just looking at the pretty candles, because I was told not to move, and just humming the most horrific, out of tune.
I mean, there's lots of pretty things to look at. You've got stained glass windows. You've got murals painted on the ceiling of man fighting beasts. Yeah, there's a lot. But yeah, the Cardinal mentions refreshments.
Lunch?
Yes, my friend would like some refreshments. Some recaf for me would be... Adequate. Or tea. You have tea?
I see your tastes, and
He whispers down, not so much whisper, but just quietly mumbles into a small vox box around his neck. Normally this would be used to link up to the sound system within the cathedral when he gives sermons, but you see that he's putting in an order downstairs, and it doesn't take too long before a trolley is brought up by several priests. A small pot is placed in front of you. Roll me a smell test. Easy, very easy. Very easy. Yeah, we don't have this in other games, so right. Yeah, give me an awareness smell. Very easy.
Astounding success.
When was the last time you had actual coffee?
Oh, actual coffee?
Actual bean coffee.
Probably never.
The smell in the room is pungent, bitter. It smells slightly like recaf, but stronger, more enticing. From this gold pot, a thick, black, warm liquid is poured into a cup and offered over the table. The priest with the golden pot looks at Errol, looks at the small, delicate porcelain cups on the table, and then makes his way over to the side of the room where he takes a holy urn. You just hear the brief mutter of rather the urn than the stein, referring to the gold stein in his hand as he just pours some of this black liquid into an urn and with both hands offers it towards Errol delicately.
Errol's going to take it and try not to crush it. But it's not big enough for his hand, so for some reason his pinky finger's just sticking out. As he takes a big old swig.
It's bitter, it's tart, but it's actual coffee. Someone in a position in a shrine world with the finances and power and pull. He's managed to obviously trying to win your affection. Anyway, with drinks supplied, followed shortly by another priest pushing a trolley of various food and nibbles. The cardinal turns back towards you, Constantine.
So, there are a few things that I've already enacted and a couple of leads that I can point you towards.
Go on.
The first being...
He reaches under the table where you hear the sound of a hydraulic lock open. And from the bottom of the table, a small shelf lowers down where he takes a few scrolls of parchment, pops them on the table, reading over them.
The first few members who were looking into this issue, as you can no doubt imagine, went missing. But
I have locked away a few of the entries and diaries that they were writing here. Passes the paper over to you, which points to a secure vault in one of the less used wings of the cathedral. The second is... I did send a team below into the Undercroft and mausoleums, the catacombs, to investigate further, as each of these statues have some ties to... in the past it was used for cleaning them, but there is an old network of piping that leads deep underground of all of the statues. So I sent a team, a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, along with a few others, and as you can no doubt imagine, I have also not heard back from them in some time, but to be honest with you, they are not due back for another day or two. So I was hoping I would have that information to hand when the ecclesiarchy arrived, but, well, those of the most holy orders are certainly prompt on your diligent, one would say.
Yes, but your diligence is a credit to your office, Cardinal.
He
You've
bows
not
his
sat
head.
by idly.
So once you got the information, the team was sent into the reliquary of St. Tarsian, where his relics are kept. There is a mechanism that allows the sarcophagi of St. Tarsian to slide aside, which leads into chambers below. And he looks at Errol, who's probably picking at the nibbles tray.
Mm-hmm. And by picking out, he's double fisted.
There are a few issues down there that would probably be better with your knowledge and expertise to look over than just listening to the hearsay of one such as I, who can only view these things from a distance.
Interesting. And where is this at?
The actual he motions behind him, past the tower pulpit. There is a large statue in the center of the cathedral, that of St. Tarsian. In front of that is the entrance to his reliquary. There are a few people on guard at the minute, but take the stairwell down. It's quite the jaunt, and that will take you into the reliquary there, where a few of, the sword, the broken power sword of St. Tarsian resides, along with his armor and his remains. But, yes, the sarcophagi has a few scratches, indents. Something was in there, either trying to get in or get out. But again, rather than me tell you, best for you and your team to see with your own eyes.
Very good.
But as for the information, that secure locker has all of the information that we acquired before my team disappeared. But alas, that was 3 days ago, when we last heard from them.
Right, and you're currently too undermanned to send another one. Lucky for you, we have arrived, and shall take this upon ourselves. As soon as my colleagues reconvene, we shall see to it immediately.
This is no luck. This is divine providence from the God Emperor himself. He sent you to us to cure this world of its ails. I have no doubt of it, and your assistance is truly appreciated, my lord.
The Emperor moves us in mysterious ways.
That he does. The Emperor protects. If you need anything,
He fishes into his robe and produces a small pin, that of the priesthood of the Sanctus Bellum Ecclesiarchy.
if you need access and do not wish to expose your most holy rosette, this should suffice.
Thank you. That would be most appreciated.
Anything else you wish to ask of the Cardinal?
People have talked about miracles touching these blood.
Yes, there has been a few supposed miracles of the the unhealthy regaining health of the Emperor speaking to her. I mean, I will be completely honest with you, my lord, but I have not looked too closely into these details yet. That was something the team was investigating on my behalf, and they were to produce a full report and present it to me.
At the very least, I'd like you to formally condone people touching the blood.
It will be done.
Good. Anybody seen collecting or using the blood should be sanctioned immediately, taken into custody for questioning.
I will pass on the words to the Marshal, my lord.
And if there has been any of this, say, collected, please inform us immediately.
He bows his head in acknowledgement.
Excellent. I shan't take up any more of your time. You're a very busy man, and we have work to do. The Emperor's work. So, I shall confer with my colleagues, and we shall head to the secure vault and inspect the relics. See if we can pick up a trail there. Your hospitality has been greatly appreciated. Thank you.
He bows once more, makes the symbol of the Aquila. And as you depart, one of the priests just starts putting a few of the various nibbles in a fine silken bag. And with bowed head, offers it up almost in a prayer-like manner towards you, Errol, as you depart the room.
I take them back, pat them on the shoulder.
You just hear
I force the bag under my carapace armor.
this frail priest, you just see him almost crumple under the pat.
And as I walk off, Emperor protect.
There's a chorus of the Emperor protects from the priests gathered. And you are escorted back down the spiral staircase of the pulpit tower pulpit, and led back towards the entrance where Tor and Severin are. But outside, let's quickly check in on our good friend Finley to see whether or not he wants to come inside yet. What's happening outside, Finley?
He's been helping with, trying to find the location that the signal has been coming from, frantically trying to coordinate with the people inside the communications building to get them all working on it. And then gonna have a chat with the Marshal See if he has any intel about the leaders of the Crimson.
So there's
Crimson,
two words have been mentioned. You've had the Crimson Chorus, which was the Chaos Warband that Saint Tarsian fought by the Cardinal, and it's the Penitents of the Blood that were mentioned.
Penitents of the Blood, yes. Yep. Yep.
They have been mentioned.
Yes. Gonna have a chat with him.
Yeah,
to see if
absolutely.
he knows of any leaders of them,
So-
and we need to bring them up.
In the outside, in the plaza of the cathedral, there's a mad bustle of activity as enforcers move in and out of various tents and hab block buildings that have been erected. The center of this activity is the little cargo container that's been designated the comms hub for this entire operation. Outside, Marshal Kursk and Finley. Marshal Kursk has handed you a small flask containing Amasec that I would imagine you've both been sipping at while this goes. And it's at this moment where the Vox operator from earlier quickly bellows out from the container, "My lord, sir, we've managed to narrow down exactly where the Vox transmission's being..." And she points at the cathedral.
Well, that's a turn of events as I hand the flask back to the marshal. Was not expecting that to come from, as I point there.
By the Emperor's mercy. The cathedral itself? Fuck!
At this,
Right under your nose the entire time, Marshal.
The last few remaining squads of enforcers have started to make their way back, so at least we'll be able to keep this place locked down. You said, what was the other thing you wanted? What you talking about? The penitence, was it?
Yes, the penitents of the blood.
Yes,
Been
those
asked
freaks.
to get any all information you have on them. We're looking for their leaders.
I mean, why don't you go up and ask them yourself?
he points to the miles-long line of robed individuals in the red robes. They're flagellating themselves.
Oh, I see that, but they must have one among them that's shepherding them along.
The only name that's crossed my ears is an Albrecht, Father Albrecht. But that was from a couple of weeks ago when, before this got into the state it is now.
Give me a moment, and I'm gonna tap on my Vox bead. Constantine, got a name for you.
Go for Constantine.
Leader possible from up to a few weeks ago, Father Albrecht. For the one you were asking about.
Do we have a possible ID and or eyes on said individual?
Negative. Has not been seen in some time by what it sounds like.
Understood. What about the signal?
That's the fun part, coming straight from the cathedral.
You hear a very colourful swear word. You're not sure what planet it's from, but you can tell it's a swear word by the way he says it. He goes, "Understood. I'll need you inside. Thank you."
I'll finish up out here and make my way in. Look back to the marshal. Just make sure your people stay safe and you get them back, and be prepared for anything, including from the outside, and, well, apparently now from the inside as well. I am requested inside, and I'll leave the rest to you out here.
Aye, aye, my lord. We'll see it done.
The Marshal offers a snappy salute towards you, Finley.
I'll, Jones, yeah, grab some of the others. Need an escort inside.
Another squad of 6 enforcers quickly fall in to escort you into the cathedral, Finley. They manhandle the crowd of pilgrims, pushing them out of the way, allowing you unfettered access to the entrance.
As I leave the marshal, I'll just let him know the Emperor protects.
The Emperor protects, my lord.
Brings us back into the Cathedral of St. Tarsius. Severin, Tor, your experiment has now concluded. And I think before we close this out for the session, I think we should hear what the results of that experimentation was, shall we?
I'm very much like that, because if you ended before, I was going to be really upset.
Yeah.
So Tor is... He's just going to get on the box, basically call Constantine.
Constantine, once again, he's like, go for Constantine!
You need to see this immediately. And then he's going to relay which room that him and Severin are in.
Wait, what? Okay, I'm on my way.
I'm going to send the same thing to Severin as I did to you, Tor, because I would imagine in the time you most likely relayed that.
I would have relayed my findings to Severin.
Yeah,
Yes.
so at least then, if Severin has something he wishes to ask or expand upon, you've got someone to back you up on this now. So,
Okay.
Severin, I've sent you the results of what... so have a read of that whilst Tor kicks the scene off in this small shrine room just off of the main hall. Finley, Constantine, Errol, you make your way to the location. Inside you find Severin and Tor. An enforcer outside on guard duty with, Tor. What do they see? This is on you.
They walk in seeing Tor knelt over the body of what could be called a pilgrim. The exact pilgrim that one of the guards had broken the ribs on earlier. He is heavily sedated. Tor is making sure that the man stays asleep as much as he can. And he's going to look up at Constantine as he walks in. I thought the blood would need some testing on the effects on the human body.
Oh, did you? And he looks at Severin and goes, I thought I told you to keep him out of trouble.
This man...
trouble.
This man had his ribs broken by one of the gods, and I thought it would be the perfect test subject to see the healing properties of the blood.
And?
The blood does more than just heal you. Do you have your data slate on hand?
I do. What in the Emperor's name? Just send it over, and he just hands out his data slip.
Thor is going to basically plug one of his mechadendrite tendrils into the data slate. and he's going to send it over.
Cop out.
So, the blood does have very good healing properties. It accelerates cellular regeneration faster than what natural processes could, meaning that this man's bones were repaired by the time that Constantine was done with his discussion and had walked back down. The skin itself over the bruised area was also healed, but it had hardened almost like scales. On closer inspection with his augmetic auger array, he realized that in the blood there were patterns more like chaos runes, though, meaning that this was highly evident of chaos tampering.
Oh, wonderful! And he's reading all this, and you put this inside of a man.
I put a drop inside the man. There are pools of it everywhere.
Well, wonderful. I think I might have an idea of where the blood's coming from.
Oh?
Yes, there's pipework underneath, designed for cleaning, I believe. It's been repurposed for this.
Why would the inside of a statue need to be cleaned?
No, think of it like a sprinkler system used to rain down, and you can clean.
All right.
Okay. We on board so far? Wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, this is obviously Chaos Dead. So, Errol, do me a favor.
Yes, Con.
Dispose of the heretic. And he points at the fucking unconscious body.
Boris
This must-
quickly going to back away.
Oh, just gonna be at the slab shield and bring it down on the guy's throat.
Boom. Is it still attached?
No.
With a heavy thud, the head just rolls away. This sedated man, heretic, disposed.
At least he died in peace.
Yes. Well done, Tor. He died in peace serving the Emperor.
We have untold amounts of reports of people messing with his blood.
Wonderful. Where's Finley?
Finley's leaned up, like, by the doorway, just, like, perched along, like, just kind of leaned up in the back, just foot kicked up against the wall, just listening to everything that's going on.
Nice of you to join us. So, the signal was coming from...
In the building here.
Wonderful. Looks like we're going rat hunting, folks.
Anything you wish to add, Severin?
Best we be quick about it. These, all of these will eventually make their way there. Arbeiter know, pointing at the pilgrims. And might be easy to deal with fewer mutants than more.
I agree. Well, I guess we'll spread the message. Anybody contaminated by the blood is to be humanely disposed of and incinerated. Yes?
How will the other pilgrims view this? All they're going to see is enforcers rounding up other pilgrims.
Oh, they're going to riot. Absolutely, they'll riot, saying that they're being disenfranchised of the holy miracle, and yes, that's exactly. I already know people. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Well, more's the pity.
Finley's sitting in the back with like a finger ready to tap on his Vox to let the marshal know. Are you wanting me to tell the marshal to start rounding up those that have touched the blood and dealing with them?
Perhaps we shall wait till after we've finished our investigation, and then we can just leave cleanup to the locals. Yes.
Sounds good.
That way, when there's a riot, we'll be off the planet. Agreed?
Agreed.
Wonderful.
Well, they like that idea.
Good. Has anybody got a flamer?
A heavy flamer.
For the body. You know, the headless, half-mutated body that we've left in this room.
Well, I believe that this might be a use for these many candles. And all of this other flammable material that they put so close.
Just like will there's a way, eh, Severin?
Severin's gonna look for like something like, you know, it's all like, oh, it's part of like he's gonna look for like shitty tapestries or anything that's just kind of like plain threadbare.
Everything that you could imagine. Crack on.
He'll just pile like some of these things on top of this guy and light the thing on fire just to like start a flame and just best I can do under the circumstances.
Hundreds of year-old tapestries of St. Tarsian are torn down, tossed, and set alight.
Just one.
Just okay. Yeah. With that, you the body burning, you stride out of the side chamber to the lone enforcer who was standing watch.
I can't believe the penance of the blood have done this.
Yes. I'll turn to the poor guard that's guard the door. Dispose of that body and put out the fire.
Yes, my lord. And with that, and you guys back in the central chamber of the Cathedral of St. Tarsius, I think that's a good spot for us to end it there.
Mm-hmm.
Episode 1.
First episode, and we're already forcibly mutating people.
Nothing like some heresy and some blasphemy in the Inquisition to keep your heart going.
Rules for thee, not for me.
I don't know, murdering people in a church and setting the body on fire. Good times.
I can already see this on like future missions. Remember that time when we
When we burnt
This
a body in the
reminds me of
church.
this time.
So, we kind of now know how we got to where we did at the very start of the episode.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very generous to assume we're all alive at that point.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
Invested? Interested?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Good. All right. Well, on that then, Ravon, I get to you now. Thank you for those 5 gifted subs, my dude. Alcala, good to see you again after our trip to Simbarum those many moons ago. Thank you for the gifted subs. Lucius, thank you for gifting the sub to Raven's Hammer. And Raven's Hammer, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Ravon then throwing out 188 bits. Appreciate it. Crimson NC, thank you for the follow. Shade, Omnisire, be praised. You blood fiend, you. Thank you for the 42 months. Lee, thank you for those 59 months. I appreciate it. But with that said, I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. I'm going to mute the players in a moment. Anything to say?
The Empire chat. See you next week.
Have a good night, Chad.
See you tomorrow for pariahs.
Yeah. Good point. We have D&D Pariahs tomorrow, and then next Saturday, episode 2 of the Emperor's Tears, and then Pariahs, and then Emperor's Tears, and Pariahs, and then we're probably going to finish Emperor's Tears. Who knows?
Oh, I'm not addicted. I can stop anytime I want.
I'm going to an end screen. Bugger off. All right, folks. Once again, thank you for joining us for episode 1 of The Emperor's Tears. This is a little bit more of... in fact, you know what? I'm going to go over to this. Go over to this, and then... I can do that. So yeah, again, thank you everyone for joining. I hope you enjoyed this little start of a story. As I mentioned at the start of stream, we just couldn't gel with the Blazing Seraph. We like our things a little bit more high stakes than being gutter runners on the ground. So this is the story style we're going to go with for these Imperium Maledictum stories, and yeah, I hope everyone continues to enjoy it and show support. With that said, though, bring that down. Bring this up, and we'll try and find someone to raid. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you, Raven's Hammer. Thank you. Yeah, for those interested, we have our Dark Gothic Fantasy campaign tomorrow with Pariahs, starting at 8 PM GMT for those interested, or if you're just here for the 40k memery, see you Saturday. Yeah, with that, ta-ta for now.